right, welcome to episode 44,
Am I,
Roundtable.
am I a good distance right now, or do I need to be closer?
You are good, Jeff. We are
Okay.
live now. Welcome to Roughshod Ramblings. This is a round table. So if you're interested in coming in and sharing a story, welcome to, a story, encounter, experience. We don't name names, we name experiences and encounters. We look at findings and we have fun doing it. So
What does that mean? You don't name names.
today we have Jeff with us, and we also have Susan. How you doing, Jeff? And when I say we don't name names, that is like, if you had an encounter with somebody and it's taught you, it's showed you, it's exposed itself, however you look at the scenario that took place, I go by not naming names. That way we can take away all the flotsam and jetsam, and we can go deep into the nitty-gritty psychology behind the experience.
Well, I'm asking the question so that I know that I'm not violating any rules. I don't know what
You're
they're.
not you're not going to violate any rules, Jeff. Just jump on, mate. Just jump on and say anything you need to say. I mean, this
All
is
right.
what a round table is about.
Okay, I probably wouldn't, but I just have no idea.
Okay, now I am trying to figure out what the big thing is in the background and why we're not
Okay.
all full screen. So we will go here. No, yes, we will. And it worked. I am still
For,
figuring all
for,
this stuff out.
for some reason, I'm still in the position that I'm very stable on this. I have no idea why that works, but I'm glad it does.
Good to see us. And you
Hi,
look
Susan.
good. I love that
Susan,
jumper on you.
you have a stable connection this time? You think? Doesn't look like you do.
Oh, she's moving around. I can see her moving pretty good. Yep, no, that looks all right to me. So how are we doing? It's been a fun week. It has truly been a fun week this week. Hello, Jermaine. Welcome. Hello, Unicorn. Rainbow Unicorn. Let me get that correct. Good to see you here. Let's have some fun. Throw anything out in there in the text world, and let's see what we can make of it. So, how are you, lovelies, doing today?
Um, it's good to get more active again. I've been kind of laid back and on my own for a while, more or less.
I mean, you guys do Thanksgiving over there. I'm based in New Zealand, for those that don't know, and we don't. I personally, and most that I know, don't do Thanksgiving. We go straight to Christmas, and that's it. So, how was your guys' Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm not sure how specific I can get because I was with the Baha'i community. I don't know if I can bring that up or not, or if that makes sense too.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, I just didn't know if that would be practical to go there.
Well, it's
Um,
it's it's about the experiences and adventures. I mean, I look at every day as an adventure, and every
mhm.
day is a massive mission. So you had your Baha'i Thanksgiving adventure.
Yes, that's specifically what I was up to on that day. Was I got picked up and I was with in somebody's apartment and we had a group, and the misadventure at the time was we were set up on Tuesday night to have a number of people be coming in, and only a few, less than half of the people who said they were coming did. So the thing that became a misadventure was not the fact that they didn't come; it was the fact that various people were set up with bringing various things. So the people who didn't come, we didn't have what they were bringing, and I brought for a larger group. It looks like Susan is still having trouble technically.
That's right. We come and go. It's all right.
Okay. So with bringing for a larger group, I had too much. It's like I was set up specifically with bringing muffins, and my close friend and coordinator who brought me, he had suggested, why don't you bring dinner rolls, and I was like, yeah, I could do that. And the place that I have local, which I don't have very much to work with for shopping local, the places I went to, I saw that they had muffins, and I was like, maybe I should try this. And they had they had a number of different varieties. I tried one set of each, and it turned out that they weren't being eaten in the group, in the gathering. So I wound up, that's where the misadventure came in for me, that I had fun with them, but I wound up bringing home most of what I brought to them. I initially brought it to the gathering on Tuesday night, which was much larger, where they didn't eat it. And then I thought, okay, the gathering on Thursday, I figured they'll eat it. They still didn't eat it. The much smaller gathering still didn't eat it. Susan, is your world upside down?
I just got to the
My
stage.
upside down again.
This is just what happens. It's her energy. Okay, she is actually a Batwoman in disguise. Right, and we have learned to live with this.
But that's supposed to be private, though.
She's meant to put her hair up like this, so it looks like she's hanging upside down. Oh, you're beautiful. All right, so I can handle it. So Jeff, you were saying?
Okay, so you never have any way of knowing what's going to come next. Not really. I mean, the Tuesday night group that I went to, when my friend and coordinator took me, we were anticipating a small group that was kind of well dressed because of the occasion. Nobody was up. Nobody beside the only two people who were dressed really were me and him. Everybody else was very informal in t-shirt mostly. And it was a large group, large enough that we were in a large living room and we could barely fit in there. So on Thursday, we were anticipating a large group coming into a smaller place. And we just go with it here, like we do otherwise.
We have to.
And so in a smaller apartment, anticipating a large group, we had a small group coming in and very few people eating. And the person who was hosting, she is a Thanksgiving person. Okay. She's an older person, a Thanksgiving person. So she had the turkey, she had thoroughly cooked a big turkey, and she had the trimmings, and she had, all the stuff that goes with it. And we had all the food brought with us. And so we had that for just a few people.
Okay.
We have another woman who was always with us, and her son came with us, who's a very, very friendly, fine person, and who's one of the few listeners that I know. And between him and me and the fellow who brought me, and a woman who occasionally comes through, a Vietnamese young woman, that was it. We just wound up having nobody else showing up, as opposed to the big gathering that we had on Tuesday night. So one thing that I bring this up a lot with my Baha'i groups, when people were asked to speak about themselves, and I know that you're very familiar with this. It's like the only thing you can ever be sure of is that you can't be sure of anything. The only thing you can ever predict is that everything's unpredictable. The only thing you can ever see coming is that nothing ever comes the way it's anticipated to come. That's the only thing we know how to live with. It's about surviving whatever comes next, rolling with whatever comes next, and adjusting to it and saying, okay, that's what we've got to work with here. That's what we always, always, always do. You do it in different ways than I do it, but that's basically what we always do. Susan is not upside down. Something's changing, but she still has a very unstable image.
That's all right. Oh no!
Now she's back to upside down. We're good.
Susan, I'm not sure what is going on there, but you know, I'm used to you being upside down, and
I
you
like
look,
you upside down, Susan. It's a
you look,
good look.
you look beautiful, whatever you do. So, you know, I think you should get some hairspray or something and make your hair stand upright. So it's like, oh, jeez. Yeah, no, you're beautiful. All
Sorry,
right.
Susan. We're having jokes at your expense, but it's just kind of hard not to at the moment.
Oh yeah, I'm used to it now, and I love it. Okay, Susan is my Batwoman, and you know it happens for a reason. It's like we may not know what the reason is right now, but later on down the track, and I'm thinking, facial recognition, AI, what's going on in the bigger picture. So I accept it for now until I know what the bigger picture is. And if you're upside down, then you're tuning into something that we're obviously not. And when you get the picture, you're going to tell us. And then we're going to start appearing to everybody out there upside down. You know?
I think we have a theme outlined tonight. Just rolling with what's developing, going with the unexpected, not trying to make it predictable, and just not being rattled by anything that happens along the way. I think that's become the theme tonight.
I think that's been the theme for the whole month, is to stay calm no matter what presents itself. We're going to get through it, and we've already won. So whatever the forces may be, I'm sorry, I can't help myself.
That goes with everything else too, though. I mean, don't worry about it. That goes with everything else too, though, because it's like with all the atmospheric stuff and all the issues on the other realms and on the other side, whatever you want to call it, with all those things going on, the only thing we can ever work with is what presents itself. It's all we ever have to work with is what presents itself. We always have notions based upon our past history, based upon our wherewithal of what should happen or is likely to happen, but all we ever have to work with is what does happen. That's all we have to work with.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. And it's like we programming. Oh shit, she's normal.
Almost. You're getting close.
Okay, Jeff, you have a message sent to you via Cosmic Voice, and I know Cosmic Voice. New jumper, Jeff, question mark. Oh, there goes Susan. She's upside down again. And he also says nice. So
what was this by the question mark?
He's asking you if it's a new jumper and he likes it.
I didn't hear the question.
No, it's not a okay. Cosmic Voice asks you, Jeff, if that is a new jumper, and he commented saying nice.
Oh, no, it's not new at all.
No.
It's old.
It's old.
I don't have anything that's new.
Yes, you do. You have new experiences.
Oh, okay. When it comes to physical items, I don't have anything that's new. Maybe, kind of, but nothing clothing-wise, no.
And message for Susan from Cosmic Voice. I'm not sure if you want me to tell them your real name, but Cosmic Voice says you appear upside down, and maybe that's the way you're meant to be. Maybe you're actually up the right way, and we're all upside down.
Maybe.
Well, you know,
screen, but not on your.
Maybe Susan's got it right and we got it wrong. Maybe that's true.
Oh, so we're going into Aleister Crowley territory here, are we? Okay. Okay, Susan.
Why are we
What
I
in
did
that
rescue
territory?
another bat this week that my cat had on the back porch. I just grabbed some paper towels. I thought the bat was dead because he was licking it, and then the bat was ee, ee. I'm like, ah! I threw him outside.
Okay,
It's like bat number 10.
So you you want to tell the audience about your bat friend?
Well, I rescued another bat from my cat this week. So
that's it? Okay, now you've gone mute. I can't hear you now.
can you hear me now?
Yes, I don't know what you did.
Nothing. It just keeps glitching out, and then I'll turn upside down after it glitches, and then I got to come out and come back in, and then it'll glitch out like somebody doesn't want me on here. Let me put it that way.
Well, I do, and I know Jeff is fine with you, and I know my audience is good with you. We know that there's a lot of frequencies going on. Okay, so you've glitched out, you've gone mute again.
Again?
I can see your lips moving.
I don't know. I haven't done anything. I'm just sitting here.
This is a theme of go with the flow today, what we're up to.
All right. Okay. So we have, I'm trying to use the stage names. Yeah, okay, so Cosmic Voice says New Zealand term. What was the New Zealand term? Jumper, sweater, what you're wearing. All right,
Yeah.
and then we go down and we have Greelin, and we all know who she is, jumper, and then we move down. Thank you so much, Phil. That's awesome. Phil lives in New Zealand. He lives in the same location I did when I was having the experiences with the orange, red, what I used to call plasma until they started using it, and what I call bastardsizing it. I ended up calling it luminous. So luminous spheres, which are the orange, red, so-called plasma things that everybody else is seeing out there, we had them flying around our local space. Now, from my awareness of where Phil lives, I would have been like maybe a 3-minute drive, but we didn't know each other in person, and it was, as far as I'm aware of, I'm not sure, but he was in the same location. So when I was running after the sack that had all these ships go up inside it, we ran to a location and it disappeared. When we jumped in the vehicle and drove all the way around chasing it, he would have been seeing it at that time. So that's how close in proximity. But as far as I'm aware of, I didn't know Phil in person at that stage when I was in that location. And it wasn't until afterwards when I started putting out my videos and we connected with the same footage, similar footage. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in absolute least if it wasn't the exact same beings that were flying over my house that was flying over his. Long story short. So that's part. Okay, Daniel or Phil? Okay, yes, all right. No, moving down. We probably been on the ships together. Now, I had an encounter in West Auckland. This is for Phil and anybody else who wants to hear it. I had an encounter in West Auckland where I went to, I think it was November the 5th. We went to a fireworks, Skyforks party with some, close mates. And there was, 20, 30 of us there having drinks and around a bonfire. And we started having these experiences. It was just one after the other one. And it was due to a chap that was sitting there and saying he was the biggest skeptic of all. He didn't believe in any of my craziness, blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay. And I'd seen one fly past. So I knew they were already there. They love fireworks. They love to come out and show themselves around Guy Fawkes. So I said to this chap who was a skeptic, well, I can call one in if you want to see it. And he said, okay. And I said, well, what color do you want it to show up as? And he said, blue. And within that, as soon as he said that, this thing shot across the top of his head and my head, and it was blue. And I said, well, there you go. And he said, what the blah, 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 blah. Just what? And a little bit later on into the night, I'm sitting there with another mate. We're having a few more drinks. We're looking up, and there's a whole fleet going across the sky, like what we can look up now and say, okay, that must be Elon Musk's satellites. Well, this is what we were seeing, but they were orange plasma spheres, or what I call now the luminous spheres. And I said to my friend at the time, I said, can you see that? Can you see that? And everybody in the group, about 20 of us, saw it. Of course, I make sure if I see something that's abnormal, I'm going to make sure everybody sees it, because it's a self-security. It's about being protected. Anyway, they saw it and we moved on from there. And then a couple more encounters took place. And then it got to a stage where my friend was going to go off for a walk to the local park, which is known as Henderson Park. And I said, okay, well, I'm going looking. And half a dozen of us wandered off from the party, and we went to this park. And there was this, I knew it came down. I felt really, I haven't really shared this with too many people, but I felt this energy come down, and it landed in a certain area, or it hovered, landed. I could have walked under it, but at the same time, if I'd gotten close enough, I think I could have walked into it. But we got there, and there was this, once I saw this energy, I'm telling my friends, I can see this energy in this particular location. And I said, look, I'm looking, because my logical brain, my research brain was going, okay, how can you show someone who cannot see what you can see logically? So the first thing I noticed was this imprint of pressure on the ground that was a big circumference. I think you could have fit all of us inside that circumference, right? So I'm saying, this is it. And I'm like, I'm still nervous. I hadn't experienced this before. And I'm nervous to, like, what's going to happen if I touch it? Am I going to get sucked in? What's going to happen? But I also felt that I had personally called that ship in to land at the nearest space so others could come and experience it because of my actions earlier on. So I felt accountable. So I went up to the ship, and I could feel this pressure, but I couldn't go any further. And these guys had X amount of drinks and whatever you do at a party. And it was like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And we ended up doing different things, but that pressure lifted up off the ground, off the grass, and you could see it come up off the grass, and it was no longer there. And I walked straight into the center of it, and it was like I could still hear the buzzing. And I asked my friend, can you hear that? And nobody could hear it. And I put it down to the frequencies we were all in due to the altered states. But I knew that I'd seen that imprint, and there was two other people who said they could see it, and they walked the circumference. So I know that the circumference they walked was what I was seeing from this invisible ship. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what I saw. That's what I experienced. And when it took off, all of a sudden in the distance, there was an orange-red plasma sphere that went bright white and went pff, gone. So that is one of the experiences that I had in this location with these beings. And I really 100% feel that they know my thoughts, they know my emotions, they don't know how we as beings get to the conclusions that we get to. The thought process is the part they get stuck on. So when I'm aware of that, I now know I have something that I can leave codes for myself, so that when they do show themselves, hey Auric, good to see you, girl.
Hi,
So,
Jeff.
so that
Hello.
when they do show themselves, I know that I still have some faculties that I can use. Yeah. So that's a long story short again. Good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. There's been a lot happening.
Yes, there has been
We're
a
just
whole lot happening.
So I was asking them earlier, how was everybody's Thanksgiving? Because we don't do that here in New Zealand. We have Susan who keeps coming in upside down, but we're used to her bat powers by now. So I mean, we're waiting. We're up to Susan jumping in and having her kōrero, and then we can come to you, Susan.
I think Susan, poor Susan. I don't know. You think you're in New Zealand or something, yo? You're on this side. You're north of it. You're north of it all, not in the south.
Oh shit.
I can go out and come back in again.
No,
But
you're normal. You're normal right now.
I only be up.
Well, that's almost an insult being normal at this point.
This is the best. This is the best connection that you've made so far, Susan. So maybe this is the right one.
Oh shit!
I make everybody laugh today, you know.
Oh, mate. If you're making us laugh, we're giving you that energy in return, because that's just how we work it. We don't laugh at each other deliberately. Well, I do, but you know what I mean.
We kind of missed the bat, but we enjoy this too.
Oh, look, if you can't laugh at the situations that are going on, then we're totally fucked. But as saying that, Susan, jump in while you're still.
I'm just laughing that I don't have any narcissists in my house.
Is that good or bad? It's hard to know because you never had that experience.
Oh, you should have. Don't say that, Jeff.
Visitor for over a week, and it's been so peaceful. Oh my God, it's so nice to have visitors that grew up like I did. So, you know, they know honor and integrity and morals and boundaries and stuff. You know,
absolutely.
It's a nice change up, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
It's a nice change up, right? Have people who you can actually talk to and rely on and depend upon. It's a nice change up, right?
Yeah, and trust. They aren't stabbing you in the back and slandering your name because you helped them.
Yeah. No, it's been interesting, and you know, when we get these energies, we might not be able to see the bigger picture at the end of the day. I personally survive through all the shit I have because it's an adventure, right? Every single day there is a new adventure, a new chapter that unfolds and shows itself. And the ugly is just part of it. And when I say ugly, it's not about the facial, it's not about the body, it's about the mentality, the personality, the characteristics. And the real ugly is the knowing exactly what they're doing and getting snapped out and watching that change. That's the pure ugly. And that's what I'm saying. And that's what we have recently experienced. And those are the ones that take advantage and manipulate every single circumstance that they can. So yeah. It's good that we can now. We're in an age and a time where we are able to recognize what is really going on, and we're doing it faster. 10 days? That's
10
pretty
days
fast.
versus 2 years and 1 year trying to excise it. Well,
Oh, shit. Exercise those demons, girl. Yeah.
I love that song You Proof back then by Morgan Wallen, the extended cut.
I don't know if I know that one. I'm going to have to look that one up. Do you want to put the link in the chat so I can look it up later on?
I have to look it up. I'm thinking it's still my YouTube stuff.
Okay. So, Auric, how was your Thanksgiving?
Well, I slept through most of it.
Okay.
I did too. Yeah, I mean, the weather wasn't meant to be the best. It would just ended up being a little bit of rain, but I decided that I was not going to hazard going to the Detroit parade, which brought back, you talk about triggers. I used to be in a band when I was in high school, and you were in those freezing, frigid rains in this little outfit, and required to march X number of miles. Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of a bit of a nightmare to do it. Oops, Susan went upside down again. She's in bat mode. But I just decided that between being tired, close to another segment of burnout, I thought, I'm not going to do this. Because then the next day, if I stayed down there, it was going to be Black Friday shopping.
Oh, God.
That is not me. That is not me. That is not me. If I want something, I know what I want. I figure out what it is and I go. I get it and I come home. I'm not a shopper. You figure out what you want. You're going to get the best deal. You know where to go and you're done and dusted. I'm not wasting any time going, ooh, and battling elbow to elbow. Not going to happen. That's not me. I would rather be sitting at home with a bowl of popcorn, hanging out and having a conversation or reading a book.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is why this evening was quite different. So here we are, Saturday evening here. So I got one more day of respite. I was at the store picking up a few bits and bobs for the whole upcoming week. And there was a colleague that showed up down the aisle and I was like, oh my God, I saw him. He saw me. And it was like, I told him he invited me to the house. They were having their Thanksgiving tonight. So I look at him, I go, and I just put my arms up and I go, standing, and it's Meyer, Jeff. I don't know if you have Meyer out there, but here's Deb, very stoic, typically, me in public. And I see Randall, and it's like, oh, it's all gone. And I just went like that. And he started laughing. He's there with his teenage daughter, which was perfect because, you want to embarrass them at every given opportunity. And it was nice. It was just this really nice conversation. And he said, please do come. It's at 3:00. And I said, we'll see. So in the meantime, we have this massive storm that's coming through. And I thought, you know what? He's probably a little more than 5 minutes drive up the road. I never see him. He's a super nice guy. It's Randall Sparling. I actually broke up the interview I did with him, split in two. He has a master's degree in divinity. He's a super interesting fellow, amazing sense of humor. But you talk about, and Stone, this is something you can really relate to. He was so traumatized. No, seriously, he was so traumatized by being in the military that he literally lost himself and had to reinvent himself. Anyway, you can, if you want to watch, he's really super interesting, really great guy. Got to meet his granddaughter and the rest of the family at the house. And it's just this really cool experience that you feel like is serendipitous, but I think that the universe also knows what we need when we need it to feed us and nurture us in these times. Like I was dead on my feet Thursday morning, slept most of the day today was the opportunity to kind of get that traditional aspect of family and gathering. And, everybody was there, and I was in his home, and he's really cool. His wife is really cool too, because she's got part of her pantry and her utility storage is this massive toolbox.
Oh, neat.
It is the coolest thing freaking ever. He goes, "You got to see this." And he rolls the drawer open. And I said, "Oh my God, you can just see everything," because it's a very deep drawer, but they're flat, right? So you can lay out all your cooking tools. And she used to work at Panera Bread, which is huge.
Yeah.
And so she was able to quit that job. And anyway, it was just cool that she has all this really cool stuff in their house. And it was like this really calmness with this undertow of chaos that they're all willing to accept. And he goes, "Oh, it's like, oh, we're just this normal family." And it's like, dude, there is no such thing as normal. This is like, oh, he says, "Come and see my crazy family." It's like, they're not, you're not going to faze me, pal. And it wasn't. It was just this really genuine, very sweet group of people. And it was, kind of hard to say goodbye, but I had to come home to the dog. And the roads are getting very bad. So I decided to kind of cut it short. And when I got home, I was like, ba-ding. And I looked, and here's your thing saying for the round table. And I was like, oh, okay, dude, I didn't even get the garbage can. It's still at the curb. Life kind of catches up with you on that. But, it's good. That's how the Thanksgiving is going. Thanksgiving is not a one-day event. Thanksgiving is, I think, should be a lifestyle. And it's not just for our weekend. It's like I used to tell my kids when they were little all the time, Christmas is not just one day. Christmas is our lifetime. You have to treat people with respect and dignity. If they don't want to treat you that way, then walk.
Yeah.
Shake the dust with your feet and just keep on walking. But yeah, I mean, it's been fun so far, and there's more to come tomorrow. Gonna don the cap and gloves and mittens and whatever else I can find, and it's gonna be shoveling the driveway because we're gonna get 6 to 8 inches tonight.
Oh no! Yeah, no. Susan showed me some photos. I think it was her midnight last evening, and it was just a whiteout. It was just totally snow everywhere. And
so she's west of me. Yeah, she's west, and she's probably a bit south. So the temperatures are really pretty cold. I mean, in Celsius, I think we're not going to get above freezing.
Yeah.
We're going to be below freezing during the day. So at night, it's still going to be really cold. It's what I would call flesh freezing cold.
Have you got the same there, Jeff, where you are? Or are you
I'm in a different area of the country. Over where I am, it's you mentioned that you're a little east of Iowa. That's where you are, a little northeast of Iowa.
Yeah, I'm up in Michigan. I'm right smack dab. You could put a pin right in the middle almost.
Okay, so you're toward the Great Lakes, that direction.
I'm in the Great Lakes. Yeah, I'm in Michigan. Yeah.
Okay, so where I am, I'm like about an hour or two drive above Texas. I'm
my God, you're warm then.
Not exactly warm, but
are you in Tornado Alley?
Not in the freezing temperatures. The temperatures have been straying around the 50s more or less for a while now.
Yeah.
And technically, we're still in fall. We're still in fall here for the next 3 weeks. So we're getting like January weather in November. And I knew something was going to be up because Monday and Tuesday, you could not count the number of those planes streaking the sky. And what's interesting is you could barely see them. They must have been crazy high. And the other thing is too, those trails did not stay. Okay. So I knew it was going to be nasty because it was pervasive for at least 2 to 3 days. So there's some geoengineering going on.
Yeah.
This is a massive storm. They're talking 6 to 8 inches, and the temperatures are going to drop. It's a very wet, heavy, slick, slippery snow. So we've already had to deal with black ice. Not a fun thing. And I've got driving coming up for work. That's going to be the other thing too. Is
there any smell with your snow that you get there?
No. Usually I'll get the smell during the summer, but I have a lot of farm fields around, and I think they're family, but they're large family. They might be like a corporate family of farmers, and it's beets and potatoes, corn, soy, beans, that kind of thing. So, and it's big, you can smell it. And I was in the summer working in a rural area, and when I would drive into work, it's like, I love the summer. Even in the winter, I'll roll the sunroof back just so I can have the fresh air. Cold, fresh air, warm feet, nothing like it. But driving through that, even in the nice temperate weather that we had in the spring and the summer, I couldn't do it. And I had to turn the cabin filter on in the car so I wouldn't be smelled. All I smelled was chemical. I mean, you could almost like taste it.
Okay.
And it was all the chemicals I'm sure they were putting on the fields. Different than silage. Silage is not pleasant, but at least it smells natural. This was chemical taste in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. You can taste it. A toxic sort of smell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got a question for Jeff from, I know you as Phil, but Daniel, Cosmic Voice. All right. He wanted to know if you are an abductee like we are. What are the experiences that you've got?
Well, I'm not an abductee. Well, I'm not an abductee per se. Okay, I'll give you a very direct way of understanding my status. Once upon a time, I was going from New Jersey to New York, in where I lived. This is way back in the late 80s. So it was a close friend of mine in those days. She was both she and her mother were abductees and UFO investigators. That's basically what they did when outside their day jobs. So we were very close. So she was like really, really, really like, I gotta know if you're an abductee. You seem like.
Oh, geez, where did he go? He has disappeared on us, and he is coming back in.
What happened?
Don't know. You disappeared. You did.
What happened there? What happened on your end? What happened there?
What? You disappeared and then you came back in again.
Because it said, "Oops, you're disconnected." I didn't know what was going on.
No, we're still here, mate. It was you.
Did you hear anything I said?
You portaled somewhere else.
What did you last hear? I don't know what you heard.
You just start again. Just start again.
All right. Okay. So regarding the basic question of abductee, that kind of thing, I was just giving you a specific reference point for understanding who I am with that. A while back, when I was in the process of moving from New Jersey to New York, but the late 80s, there was a close friend of mine who she was an abductee and a UFO investigator, and she and her mother both did that when they weren't on their day jobs. And she was rather determined. She was like, you seem like an abductee, you know about what we're up to, what we do, what happens to us, but are you or aren't you? So there was a fellow that I'm sure you're familiar with from way back named David Jacobs. Yeah. So she hooked me up to talk to him on the phone. He at the time, I don't know if he still is, but he was with the University of Pennsylvania at the time when we were talking. So we're talking, I think, somewhere around 88, 89, around that time. I'm sure he wasn't in emeritus quite yet. So we got on the phone we spent like maybe 2 hours on the phone where I'm telling him my experience, what I'm aware of, what I'm familiar with. and we spent a lot of time on it. And at the tail end of it, I said, "Okay, David, you know perfectly well. Now, if I tell the person's name, it could be very weird for her that I mentioned her name. So, I'll say M would put us on the phone. So, what do you think, David? I know all the abductee experiences. I know what they go through. Am I an abductee, or do I just seem like one?" He said, "No, you're not an abductee." He said, "You have all the familiarity, but you have not been abducted." So my basic premise when it comes to these things, okay, backing up a little bit, I have always been familiar with what abductees go through. I have a pretty good feel for who does the abducting and why they do and how they do. I have a pretty good feel for all those areas of the subject. So now, if I don't give this part, it can sound too weird. So once upon a time, I'm 8.5 years old, and we were moving between towns in New Jersey. In my parents' car, we were moving to the next town, and I was basically functionally mentally retarded boy, and the soul that was in my body left. I don't know for sure if I died or I didn't die. I don't know, but the soul that was there in me left. Another soul came in during the time we were driving between towns. Nobody had any idea that happened to me. Whether I died, whether I was just in the position of changing souls, I don't really know. The soul that came in, the soul that came replacing the other soul, was functionally intact, but had a lot of illnesses. I basically lost most of my sight when the new soul came in, which my sight had been intact. Lost a lot of that. I became very illness prone. I went over the next few years. I went through a lot of medications and surgeries and whatnot after the new soul came in. But about 2 years or so after that new soul came in, one night late, all of a sudden I was in a vision, was addressed by somebody who at the time I thought was God. A lot of people who I've told this story to have said, no, I think it was a higher being. I don't think it was God. I'm like, okay, you could be right. I don't know for sure. The entity never addressed itself, who it was. And at that age, I had no premise of how to ask for an identity. It's not something I understood at the time. So at the time, I was given basically a download of who I am. So at that time, I was given a very full understanding of the universe, and shown what was in it, shown what the energetic powers are. I was shown what mysticism is all about, what electromagnetic aspects are all about, who is out there in the, I guess Stone is gone. Okay, I guess it's Sue.
She's got her thing blocked, but you're still live, Jeff.
Okay, I guess I'll roll.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, let's do this. So
Yes.
I was being shown all these things: nature of mysticism. Oh, there you are, Stone.
I'm not sure. I pop out. It's something with Restream. I'm not sure what it is, but when I've been on for about an hour, suddenly I get knocked off. So all I got to do is just leave and come back in. Everybody's still there talking, so I haven't figured it out. So if there's some genius out there who knows what the issue is, please PM me and let me know so we can resolve this. Otherwise, this is going to be a regular abduction. So, as you were saying, Jeff, carry on.
Okay, so what I'm saying here, I'm going to tie in with a question that we are seeing in the chat. I'm going to tie it in. So, among the various things that I learned when I was in that vision with the experience of the encounter with that being that was unidentified at 10 years old, was nature of mysticism, the nature of spirituality, the nature of the higher realm beings, the nature of how DNA works, the nature of the ancient origins, I learned all these things very rapidly within the download at that age. So one of the things that I do know from that experience, I don't have any other way of referring to it except for something that I know, because I just don't know how else to refer to it.
Yeah.
So I use that word. You can take the word "know" with a grain of salt. It's part of my fiber of my being, of who I am, knowing these things. So I don't know what other word to use besides "know," so I'll use that word. So one of the things that I know is that everything that we are and all that we have contact with in the upper realms is tied to our DNA strands.
Yeah.
So it's all tied in. So it's like a lot of people have very nefarious tales. People have very dangerous tales. Some people have very loving tales. Other people have very safe tales. All of that going on. But it's all tied to which race of beings out there, in which constellation, in which galaxy they're tied to. And in some cases, tied to beings that are more amorphous, less physical solid forms, sometimes more amorphous than that, and less physical form, things like that. So it depends upon who you're tied to in coming into this planet, into this life, into the birth plan that we have here. Depends upon who and what you're tied to in coming in. So when I hear the abduction stories, including my friend in New Jersey, who had told me a great deal about what she had gone through, when you're going through it, okay, let's do some basics here. One thing is that it isn't something that happens to you. Okay, it seems that way at the time. It isn't something that happens to you. It's that through your DNA linkage, beings come through in a predetermined way where they themselves, depending upon their realm, know which dimension they're coming from, depending upon where they're coming from, depending upon how familiar they are with humans, because some don't really understand human physiology, depending upon what they have experienced with humans. Some do experiments, some come across as scary, and some are come in very loving and supportive. It varies a great deal. Some come in through ships, some don't need ships. So how they come through, whether it be through a portal or vortex, whether they're coming through a wormhole, whether they're coming long distance through a ship, whether they're coming, beaming themselves in amorphous form, whatever way they come through is through the DNA linkage and whatever lineage from the upper realms and from the constellations and galaxies, whatever linkage they have. For example, they might be Lyran, they might be from the Pleiades, wherever it is that they're from, and whatever linkage they have, it's going to present itself through how they encounter those life forms, and whether it's going to take the form of an abduction, whether it's going to take the form of visitation, whether it's going to take the form of going on the ships, which I myself have been on a number of ships, whether they're visiting, whether they're given physical contact, whether it's strictly psychic contact, all these things manifest through the DNA linkage. Whatever way that they manifest, it all comes that way. So it's like one thing I've encountered over the past few years is sheer breadth, sheer volume of different ways that the encounters happen. The sheer number of different ways that these linkages get manifest. And most people do describe it, experience it, and encounter it as being something that happens to them. Most people do experience it that way, but it's more what people don't realize and recognize. And so I find that when the subject matter comes up, that I bring this up as a recognition for them, is that they are not given the wherewithal to recognize that they can make changes, that they, for one thing, that they do not have to be in fear of the beings that come through. Almost everybody describes it in a way that is fear-based, but it does not have to be fear-based. It does not have to be derived that way. It can be a loving encounter if you want it to be. Is the beings aren't coming through with an intentionality of being hostile, harmful, and dangerous. It's not their purpose in coming through, but they react to your reaction, to your inner reaction to them. And that sets up for them how they come in and how they relate, how they interact with you. So one thing I've had brought up when the chances present itself in the course of things is when people will bring up fearful encounters, I'm like, okay, did you make a request of them? Did you in any way, psychically or otherwise, ask them to be a particular way? Things like that. So all of these things are part of my vantage point on the nature of abduction, since that was the original question. Did that help at all?
Oh no, what's happened?
I know that's a lot to throw at you. I know that.
Well, I've lost everybody. Oh geez, what's happened here?
Oh,
They're all
okay.
gone?
Yeah, we're still here. I'm gonna. You still there?
I think I am.
Yeah. Well,
Because
you
we're
tell us
here.
with me,
I
I
don't
can
know if
see
you're
that.
there, but we're here.
I think I am. Okay. Yeah. No. I see it as, you know, even through the emotional times, depending on the emotions at the time, certain beings show themselves. They show up. So it's like, it's almost like if we get in a really aggressive state, we're going to be, you know, influenced because we've put the call out there, and these negative beings are going to come in and they're going like, yay, party time. You know, and I feel it's the same for all the emotional states that we can go into, depending on what the energy is that we're putting out. That's what's going to attract it.
Stone, there's one thing that you're bringing up that I should point out something about, that in your case, when you have so many different entities that are coming your way, when you have so many different types of entities with so many different purposes that are coming your way, you're going to, just because of the sheer variety, you're going to have some entities that are going to come at you in a erratic or no dangerous way. Sometimes they're going to, just because they don't all have the same, they don't all have the same capacity for making the adjustments to this dimension and to you. They don't have the same capacity for making the adjustments to your DNA, to your reactions, to your wherewithal, because they know who you are inside when they come through, but being able to react to it is an entirely different matter. So they don't all have the same capacity and same wherewithal and same ability to adjust. So sometimes there's going to be awkwardness, collision. It's going to happen sometimes because they're not quite sure how to go about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we've got a question for you, Jeff, from Cosmic Voice. Since you have 3 or 4 names, mate. Okay.
Whatever works for you, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. When it's appropriate to ask Jeff, does he agree that most, in brackets, not all, negative abductions are made by Zeta Grays from Orion? I know this to be the case. So Cosmic Voice has...
No, Orion doesn't. Orion isn't the main source of the beings. They're not the main source. Orion is for a lot of beings. I know a lot of people who are Orion based, but Orion is only one of many locations that the beings come from. Orion doesn't have any license on location. It's not like a special. It's not like, oh well, they're from Orion, so that's where to look for. Some of them are, but no. Absolutely not. There were plenty from Pleiades. There are plenty there are Lyran, plenty that are Syrian, plenty that are Andromedan. They come from a large variety of locations, a large variety. So no, the idea that you probably have heard of Orion being where most come from, not the case now.
Okay. Okay. All right. I hope that helps you there, Phil. I sort of see it like there's there's mixed beings on every planet, including here. Okay, it's not just one or two; it's mixed. So it's hub, 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 hub. And
Another thing that should probably be mentioned in that regard, since a lot of the original planets that the beings come from no longer are there, sometimes you have beings that are coming through where they are coming through lower dimensional because where they were coming through no longer exists. You have a variety of beings even from Orion. When you have a higher realm being, they got a lot more choices of how they come through in terms of being shapeshifters, in terms of recognition of your intentionality. The higher realm beings, let's say fifth, sixth, eighth dimensions going higher, the higher realm they are, the more they're able to adapt and adjust. When you have somebody coming in from, say, the fifth dimension, they're what they can do in adapting is more limited. You have a lot of the beings that come through, including from Orion, are third dimensional. Quite a few are. Is it seems like there's a popular wisdom that if they've been around for a really long time, that they can't be third dimensional, and that is not true at all. Yeah. There are a lot of beings that have been around for millennia that are third dimensional, and a lot of those come in with seemingly human agendas because they've never known anything else. They've never been above the third dimension. They don't know how to go above the third dimension. The ones that come in from higher dimensions into the third dimension can develop human-like traits, but they have the capacity to return to their original state of being loving and not harmful. So it depends upon how they're coming in, but you have a lot more. A lot of the stories that I hear, including from friends, I can tell from the nature of the stories that they're very third dimensional because of how they're coming in. Yeah. So a lot of it depends upon entry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I hope that helped. Okay. Cosmic Voice. Yes, Zeta Greys are third dimensional. They use the time portal system. I sort of feel like, when you can get in touch with your inner self and you start seeing how we function and all our capabilities, we can fire up a portal and we can go to all of these locations, knowing the frequency of the emotions, knowing what we're producing energy-wise and lush-wise. We can teleport ourselves to these locations through everything that's installed inside us. So we don't have to be in dangerous zones. And I'm not just saying this as in the spiritual side, the multidimensional side, but I'm also saying this when we can get to a certain point where we say, yes, this is our abilities, this is what we can do and achieve. We'll achieve the levitation. We'll achieve the physical portal abilities. We won't need to have a synthesized mechanical device portal for us to walk through. We should be able to do it just by our thought. Now, if we can do bilocation and telepathy and remote viewing, then being able to portal ourselves to other, physically portal ourselves to other locations, we have that ability to do so. I mean, we experience missing time. Yes, Jeff.
Okay. I'm saying this not for you or Auric, but for the folks who are listening, okay?
All right.
That when you bring in that aspect of portaling, you're now introducing that we have just as much capacity for having control over and steering of how we interact with the beings in other dimensions through how we enter into the portal as they have in coming in for how they go through the portal to come to us. We start having just as much control over the nature of the interaction as they do.
Yeah.
So it's no longer them being in control at that point. We have just as much capacity to be in control of it at that stage.
Yes, absolutely. We do. Sorry, I got sidetracked for a second. Trying to send somebody a link to come in. They're enjoying your conversation at the moment. So yes, it's sort of like when I've done the night terrors, I thought they were, with all the programming stuff, I was told they were night terrors. They were a reaction to what I had experienced. But they're, as younger. So that's an emotional stamp. That's an imprint. And then when I was very within myself aware of, I got to a stage where I could recognize the signs that something was coming, that we were going to have some form of contact. Now, I wasn't 100% sure of what the contact was going to be, hence setting up every device I could possibly think of and had at the time, and traps, flour on the floor, rice in the floor. I want the proof. I want the proof. So when they do that and they say, well, this is because you have let us know that you can see and read and sense, fill in the blanks. This is when we're coming. The more interaction that they gave me closer to the time, I was able to turn around and go, okay, what is my emotional balance? Where am I? Am I on the negative? Have I got a lot of shit going on over here? Or am I on the positive where nothing's going to touch me? So I definitely take into consideration, because I do feel that it draws different energy beings in. But there's also been the times where I've had encounters such as driving down Walkworth Hill. One side's a cliff, one side's basically totally got houses and everything. I was in a good state of mind. There was nothing fearful in my mind. I was concentrating on the road. I had my mission ahead of me, A to B, get back safely, watch everything I was doing. And that's when I was bumped. And I literally say my whole vehicle was bumped by something I could not see. And I thought, okay, here we go. And I started to spin out in the middle of the road. And when the voice over my shoulder yelled, it was like it was yelling at me right in the ear saying, let go. Well, the only thing I had was I was holding on to the steering wheel. So I had to go, well, is it referring to the steering wheel? Still, my emotions were now in safety, thinking, well, that's it. I'm not going to be able to deal with this. I'm going over that cliff, or I'm running into that traffic. Either way, I'm out of here. But when I heard that voice and I let go, I instantly went back into a calm state. I ended up parked as if I'd driven into somebody's driveway. And it was so close to the concrete power pole that I couldn't open the passenger's door. And it was like that whole scenario, even though I knew I was spinning out and knocking on the death's door and stuff, something else was there. Now, I didn't pull that in to that scenario, because it was, whatever it was already there watching, was already there. If you want to call it a guardian, whatever it was there. Now, later on down the track, yes, honey.
Okay, I'm taking in the way that you're saying it and where you are with it and saying it. So I'm offering this given the way that you just presented it, because I know, since I've heard the story prior, so I know how the story unfolds. So I didn't know for sure if you had come to be aware of what took place or not, but from listening to you just now, I'm offering this note based upon the way you said it, that you were in a psychic and physical and emotional place right in that juncture where everything came together. You literally had, let's see, it depends upon the nature. I don't know what the wording would be for the people who are listening right now, how they would take this in. So I'm going to use the most common reference just because I don't know what their reference might be. Okay, we do go about it that way. The angels were in your ear at that moment, and there was like direct contact with them in that moment through being in a juncture where you had direct proximity to them that they created. They created a safety net, more or less, for you to provide you with safety in that moment. That you were literally in a juncture where you had direct proximity, but you didn't have the wherewithal to be aware of it because you right then you were in a flight or fight mode, in basic survival mode, so that you couldn't really take in what was going on. But it was kind of like, we got you.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that, like, we got you. They literally were intersected with our dimension through their portal. They literally intersected with you to more or less hold you in that moment, to pull you through. So I remember the moment, and I remember it in detail.
Yeah.
So at the time, I didn't have any chance to bring this up with you. So the angel, like I said, I'm using that as a reference point for people listening. The angel was with you completely, had intercepted you in that moment completely to bring you to safety by combining with you in proximity in that juncture that you were in. Can she still hear me?
Yes, I just got to do a pit stop. I'm still can hear you in the distance, but nature calls.
Okay, I just had to be sure of that. I don't know these things. Okay, so that's the basic nature of it, that there was never any moment in there where Stone was unprotected, where she was unsafe. It felt that way, seemed that way. Everything about the moment came across that way. But the reason why that voice came in her ear is because she was protected, and they were letting her know that she was protected. See, the capacity of as I said, the reference point that I'm using, the angel in her ear, to let her know that she was taken care of. There's other words I can use for that, but I don't know if those words are going to translate here. So it's essentially what was going on in that moment.
Right, because
a lot of people have care of not knowing.
A lot of people do have negative connotations as far as like angels, etc. And it depends. Again, I think you made a really good point earlier about how it depends on your experience. I think a few times that you had said, people, all of us, everybody who draws breath, we're basing our decisions on our experience. And since our experiences are unique to each of us, we can have these biases that can facilitate our perception of what goes on around us. And that includes other people's experiences. And even if it's something that's similar, it's still not your experience. It's still something very, very different to you. It's something that you're here. It's something that I heard earlier this week, and it was about what each and every one of us are here to do, irrespective of your perception, is to give feedback to source. It's for our experience. It's for our enrichment that we go through what we go through. And we can choose to do with whatever it is that this so-called experience is. But ultimately, we are feeding the information back to source, back to the original love concept. And I know Stone and I have had some conversations about that word. I know for her it's kind of a 4-letter word, so we'll just kind of leave that alone. But you know what I mean. There's this concept of safety and security and being appreciated and gratitude. You can have all that. I mean, you can just feel it. I don't know if you can. I can feel that it just kind of wells up when you have those kind of words expressed to you. But if you have one thing that is programmed into you, like Stone and I have talked about, that 4-letter word that begins with L does not facilitate the same feeling.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it has a completely different connotation. Someone can tell me that over and over and over again, and it can knock me off my feet. But then again, it's also that thing for my personal experience is it's a trigger for, okay, when are they going to change their mind?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When are they, because that's going to come. Because you can tell me that for the next decade and decide, never mind, I didn't mean it.
Yeah.
Because, and for you, Stone, that's totally different. So each one of us has this amazing, unique experience that we get to go through. And we kind of hold that as our own and we take that as ownership. Ultimately, we are a conduit leading back to the original source, thought, and word. I have this image of the source being like a ball. Do you ever go to like the cheapo dollar stores, and they have those things? It's like a squishy thing, and you can squeeze it, and it has all these things like poking out of it. I wish I had one. I don't do dollar stores, so I go to like local, markets and whatnot. But do you know what I'm talking about, Jeff? That I'm talking about where they have like the little squishy things. It can come in different animals. It can come in different things. But it has these little tendrils, and each one of those tendrils coming out of it is us. We are an extension of that source, of that center. And we're here to be stretched and pulled and entwined and enmeshed in this experience. It all feeds back. And when we're done with this, it's going to be an integration and a choice for us to repurpose that information that we got. Now, Jeff's decided to kind of like...
Yeah, he just...
Here it is. Yep. I was waiting for it to come back. The screen told me it was reconnecting it. I guess for some reason it took a while to do that.
Oh, I had it as soon as
I heard you in the meantime.
But I mean, that kind of makes sense though, right? It's such a unique and wonderful thing that we all get to go through. Kind of doesn't feel that way sometimes. I'll put my hand up to that one.
Yeah.
Because I say, F it, go get your own experience. Don't be using me for this madness, because I'm over it. But again, when you come through it and you're standing on it, and Stone, Jeff, all of us can say this, is that once we're through it, it's like, ain't gonna do that again. But it was good as part of who we are and integrated it into us. It's not good and bad moral judgment. It's something that is. It's something that just is. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Let me offer you this thought and what you just said so that you can hear where I am. When you're on the precipice, a lot of what you described is when you're on the precipice. And when you're on that precipice, and a strong advantage that I have is that I never have a feeling of being unprotected. I never do. I'm always aware at all times that I am protected. I always know that I am. So if I'm on the precipice or I'm in the void or anything else, there's no part of me that is in fear.
Yeah.
I do not have any experience on the precipice or in the void of being in fear. I never do. So the question for those of us who don't have the experience of being protected, who don't know what that is, and there are plenty of us who don't have that experience. If you don't have a base, a reference point of being in that protection, then when you're on the precipice, you're going to have that fear of the unknown. You're not going to know what's going to happen next. You'll be like, oh my God, what happens next? How do I know what happens next? I'm afraid because I don't know. So I do totally get that folks who don't have that ongoing feeling of protection are going to be, when they're on that precipice, there's going to be a panic. There's going to be an extreme uncertainty, a lack of wherewithal of like, oh my God, should I allow this to happen when I don't know what is going to happen next? And that's a very fearful place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But isn't that a test of faith?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is a test of it's okay to not feel protected.
But you have to have that faith going in. You have to have that faith going in to be able to test it.
But if you've never felt unprotected, because I have been in that place, I have felt everything drawn away from me. Everything. I'm talking about everything. I'm talking faith and everything in 3D. You can imagine. All your belief systems, everything gone, abolished. Probably within, the first half came in 2014. 4 years later, boom, gone. Same thing, but in a different aspect. It was a spiritual level. And all of everything that you ever had as a foundation that made you feel safe was gone.
Yeah.
How did you identify yourself, Auric? When you got stripped of it, how did you identify yourself?
You don't. You have to reinvent yourself.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you have everything stripped from you, whether it's something, whether it's money, people, any kind of support system that you can think of, whether it's spiritual, like a faith. Everything is completely gone, and you have no idea how it is that you're going to even take the next physically, how you're going to get. I remember I was carrying a laundry basket up my flight of stairs from the basement up. That was the second phase. It's like everything is gone. Am I going to put my foot down on that next step? Is it going to be there? That's how crazy it is. You psychologically you're in a free fall. You're in a free fall, and you're so undone that you start from square one and you reinvent yourself. And that was a really good example of my friend who I visited this evening. And Randall, who I interviewed, he had to do the same thing based on his experiences. Completely different. And this is the point. Your experience, his experience, and my experience, Stone's experience, all completely different, all unique, all feeding back to that same conduit, to that source. That's why I say, okay, why am I here? Some people will tell you that the whole reason that they're here is to just enjoy life.
Yeah.
Great. Some people say, oh, you're an asshole because you fucking don't get it. We're all out here busting our asses and doing X, Y, and Z. And it's like, leave them alone. Leave them alone. Let them do whatever it is they feel they were here to do. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's not the point. You are here to do what you are here to do. Figure that out. You need help doing that? Any one of us here on this panel can help you do that. But you still have to take that step to figure it out on your own and take the initiative to make that happen.
Okay, Auric, in that particular vein, I'm asking this for the folks who are listening, okay? Because it's most likely somewhere in them that they have this question going on. You mentioned square one. Now I had to distinct. I know from 2019 what square one looks like, but for somebody who has not had the experience and they have to start over, how do you establish and distinguish what square one looks like?
Jeff, that's the unique beauty of the humanity. It's up to each one of us to figure that out.
Okay.
It's not going to come in a cute little package that you're going to find on Amazon. It's something that each one of us, because of each one of us is such a unique facet. We're the unique package, if you will. I don't know. I'm getting kind of fired up.
No, good energy. This is what it's about. It's about sharing the experiences, and that means going deep and bringing it up, because what you guys are both saying, for me, it's emotions. Being able to identify where the emotion has been triggered from, the feeling state, because we produce these chemicals, and those chemicals are related to the emotions, and these emotions, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, it is all harnessed. So when I'm talking about these different beings and stuff, there are set beings that present themselves because they feed from our lush, they feed from our energies. And I've seen different crews and different species separate into different segments, good, bad, and middle, but they all work for the same hierarchy. So when they're thrown at us, and they're all working together, and they're the puppet masters and we're the puppets, it's like, and they're feeding off us. The strings are our emotions. So when they can, maneuver us into said chaos environments, chaotic thoughts and all of this, and then you've got the jealousy, and then you've got the love, and you've got, there's so many different angles that we've got to go, okay, every single thing they can use to manipulate us and our energy, triggering a response, that's what we got to fight against. That's what we've got to be able to identify, and we've got to do it rapid fire, so we can turn around and say, hey, no, you can't feed off us. And at the moment, from what I'm personally picking up and seeing and experiencing these last 2 months, woohoo, it is, they are using others like ourselves out there. They're injecting themselves, the energies, the chaotic states, and these people are very willing participants. So that is the difference between us and them. If you're a willing participant or if you're not. I don't see that, okay, you're a victim and this is happening. I think that's a crock of shit now. You're either in or you're either out. You know what's going on, because we've gone through that phase. A couple of years ago, we went through that phase of transparency, exposure, and accountability. Being able to say, this is what my actions are. You all know my saying. If you're not aware of it, you can't do anything about it. As soon as you become aware of it, you are responsible, you are accountable for your actions. And this is where we're at. We've had 2 years of that. Now we're accountable for our actions. Those that do not stand up and are accountable for their actions will be turned to dust, because this doesn't work for us anymore here. We can see how valuable this planet is to us. We don't got it. We ain't here no more. We'll have to go and do all of this shit somewhere else on another planet. This is my Eden, and I want to be here in this absolute beautiful thing. Now, on the code of that, the only way out is reverse psychology. So I want to be here more than anything. I want to be here the day that they all arrive and say, hey, the veil is no longer. The veil has gone. I believe you asked me in the past, Auric, about the veil. And to me, it was, you know, a long time ago, the program told me there was a veil. There was 7, 12, whatever, and they were really thick and we couldn't see it. The more that there was, the darker it became. But then I started to ask myself, what is the veil? What is the veil? And the veil became a perception. The perception of other people's limited stuck states. Now, why am I in that stuck state? Because I fell for the programming and I followed it. When I went and did the psychology papers and stuff, and I went through it, it was one person said to me, just write the answers that they are asking you the questions for, and you will pass any exam. Don't go and look for anything else outside of it, right? So I flew through the exam, and when I got the results, my programming had told me you failed. So in my head, even though the numbers were in black and white, the programming was fail. And then later on down the track, somebody asked me for my CV and I sent it in, and then boom, something happened. I snapped, and it was like, oh my God, I read the numbers, the final grade back to front. I actually passed. And it was like, wow, that was a veil. That was a programmed veil so that I could not see what was right in front of me in black and white. And when I saw that, it wasn't just the numbers, the grade, the pass I was seeing, it was the manipulation that held me in that stuck state. It was no longer, it could no longer hold me in that stuck state. And what I'm seeing right now is there are a lot of people coming out and they're being used to manipulate whatever circumstances they can. And this is where I want to do a full show at some stage with anybody who wants to come on in regards to Project Oblivion. All right. I think it's a crock of shit, being out there and blunt. It's another one of these excuses that people have come up, like histonic traits and all of this. There's a new name for psychological reasons. That's not saying that we're not being targeted by individual people, individual groups, organizations. This all goes on, 100%. It goes on. But it also does not allow for, if someone says you don't agree, because you don't agree with Project Oblivion, therefore you are a psyop. Oh, go fucking, excuse my French. It's like we are tired of these new forms of spell casting that tryhards are really trying hard to put out there and stop us and block us and put us back into limited stuck states. If it works for you, it works for you. But I really hope that you can see past the programming that is being used to manipulate people. There are a type of people that they work in a form of narcissistic traits. And these narcissistic traits don't want to be wrong, will always want the limelight, will always find a way to be right. No matter what, the love bombs and everything else they throw out there. We're over it, guys. If you're going to do it, you're going to get blown out of the water. We just cannot sit by anymore and allow this shit when we see it to take place. One of my biggest fights in this lifetime, in this incarnation, is to stay in the truth, the authentic truth of the experience. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to realize something new about these experiences and encounters along the way. And I allow myself that percentage, to grow. If we don't, that just tells us that we're still in stuck states. Right. All right. We allow ourselves to grow. We allow ourselves to make that mistake. We allow ourselves to say, hey, sorry, mate, I was wrong, but that's my growth. So thank you for the role you played in it, because with your participation has helped me see another level of it. Instead of saying, okay, well, I know that person can only deal with, this is where they're at. I'm going to manipulate that. That is disgusting to me. And in the recent couple of months, there have been a lot of people, a lot of beings that once upon a time I would have turned around and called a friend. And now, and after seeing the way the manipulation and stuff has gone on, and I'm seeing that this happens to everyone. It is so prominent. And I'm like, is this just me? Is this just me?
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing this? But then what has shown itself is others are cluing up to it. So when you're going to turn around, hey, Arizona, welcome to the group, mate. So if you're going to turn around and throw these new terminologies out there and stuff and go to AI and dig up all that material and not go inside yourself and use factual evidence, then I'm sorry, I cannot listen to a single thing you say, because you're no longer in the capacity of yourself, your true self. Something
Stone.
else is manipulating you. Yes, Jeff, jump in.
Okay.
Sorry, I went on a tangent. But
No,
that's
that's
why
okay. I'm just addressing for our listeners the nature of what you just said. Now, one thing that people do with this when it comes to manipulation is they go into victim mode.
Yeah.
And this is like a very close association between the manipulation and victim mode. Because if you recognize that the person is going into manipulation with you, you have the capacity at that point to not be manipulated. Because the first thing there is to recognize is I've done this so many times that I just know the steps. The first thing to recognize is pre-programming.
Yeah.
Is everybody, and sometimes it's almost everybody there is, everybody who does the manipulations, and for the most part, they do them as like a new toy that they've received. They tend to use them like toys. Everybody who does the manipulations is doing it through their pre-programming. They're doing it through the wherewithal they have at the time. Most of the time, they have no idea that they're doing any manipulation. They usually have no idea that they are. And it's usually intended to be, quote unquote, supportive. Usually it's about doing what's best for you. That's usually the nature of the manipulation, what's best for you. They're doing, what they know you need. And they're not particularly listening to anything you have to say. They already know what you need and they're ready to serve it up. That's usually the nature of the manipulation. So, but if you recognize their predisposed, pre-programmed thought process that they're going through as they do that manipulation, if you can recognize that, and that gives you a means. I've gone through all these steps before, so I'm laying out my memory as opposed to anything else. When you go through all of that and you recognize that that's what they're doing, it can at least, this is how it was at least for me, and hopefully I'm not the only one who has the capacity for doing this, that it gives you the means to let go of the triggers that they've created. They've created triggers of, it's like you're going to be mad at them. There's going to be animosity. There's going to be hostility. There's going to be cleverness thrown around. And how do I get around this? And how do I get around you? And what are you doing to me? And why are you doing it? And all these different things. All that is going to be part of the manipulation of the pre-programming and of the nature of the dialogue that happens as a consequence. So if you recognize that all of this is going on, and I know from my own experience, getting to that recognition is brutal. It is so agonizing to go through. But if you can recognize that you're going through this, that one of the things that I discovered in the course of going through it, of recognizing, discovering, and manipulation, of realizing why it's happening, of realizing where it came from, I was able to extricate myself from hating the people who were doing the manipulation.
Yeah.
One of the key aspects for me was releasing myself from hating, because it's part of the trigger is hating the person doing it. You get very invested in hating them. How could you do this to me? Why would you want to do this to me? You get very invested in hating them. If you can release yourself from that hatred, the other side if you can release yourself, the other side of that is compassion. The other side of it is being able to express love, being able to love yourself. If they won't love you, you can love you.
Yeah.
So the other side, that's where the other side is, that being able to love yourself, even if they won't love you, to be able to love them for who they are, that they don't know that they are, and be able to have compassion for who they are in recognizing their pre-programming. It isn't about condoning it. It isn't about accepting it. It isn't about saying it's okay. It's about recognizing what it does to you. I've done this so many times with my son that I know it inside out. That the thing that becomes available to you in releasing, in letting go, in recognizing your body holds on to the memories, holds on to the experience, holds on to the memories, it's held in every aspect, in every cell of your body. So if you let go of all of that, what you have left is you're able to release those toxins, able to release those aggressions, those angers, those justifications, those defenses, those I'm right. You're able to release all of that. That one of the biggest parts of it is it's screaming in you, I'm right. It screams. And if you can release that screaming, I'm right, it allows you to be able to have compassion, to be able to let go for yourself, to be able to have that release, to be able to start to be at ease with yourself, to be able to let go of that stress, that anger, that rage. And I found that when you let go of that, nobody can hurt you.
Yeah.
You let go of that, nobody can trigger you into getting mad at them. They can't, because you reach a deep level where you recognize the trigger is happening. There you are, trigger. I'm not letting you in. I'm not letting you hurt me. I'm not letting you hit me. I'm not letting you bring rage out of me. I'm not going to let you do it. So it's like all those phrases are brutal, because when you're going through them, it's like you're in this kind of like you're in an earthquake. You don't know quite what's going on, how to get through it, how to get out of it. It's like, oh my God. It's like panic mode going for a really long time. And you're like, what the hell do I do with this? Oh my God. It becomes victimhood for a really long slide along the way before you finally come out of it and say, oh my God, I don't have to be a victim of this. I can steer myself. I can let go. Oh my God. But until you reach that point, you have no freaking idea that's possible. Yeah. So I've been through every step of that, taught my son a great deal of it. And until you do it, you don't know the damn thing exists, that it's even possible to do.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like what you said. It's like absolutely 100%. When you get to a certain point where they can't touch you anymore. They can't, that you might feel a little twinge every now and then, but they can't touch you the way they used to. They have no power left. So knowing that and being aware of that and knowing the programs and how all of that work, nothing is going to be able to keep us in a stuck state anymore. We're going to, whatever they throw at us, we're going to find a way through it. And we do. And it doesn't matter how many flagpoles they put in front of us. We will still be able to get through it or around it or whatever. It's like, okay, thank you for actually showing me how important I am as a being or a character in the role that you're playing. Because For you to treat another like that shows me a reflection of how you treat yourself and those around you. And until you have that level of respect, you're not going to have the courtesy that comes with it. And the courtesy is recognizable to us who have found that point. We turn around and say, thank you for showing us the lesson and sharing that experience with us. It could have been really bad, but I'm glad you are the character who you are for showing it. But you're not going to be able to do any more than that. So, you know, that is where I take the stance of making it known, making it polite as I can be, saying, do not communicate with me anymore. Do not reach out and try to feed off my energies, because I will recognize it. And I will only say it, I'll only be polite and courteous to a certain point, and then I become hellfire. So it's like, you know, step into your own authority. Trust in what's in here. If it doesn't align with you, then examine it and work out why it doesn't align with you. These could be influences from anybody around you, past aggressions against you, or any of this. But when you step into what is valuable to you, and it is you, every single one of us is valued. This is an experience that we're all sharing. We're all here incarnated in these vessels. You know, we didn't know how these vessels were going to turn out, but we are incarnated in these vessels. We are taught certain things that don't necessarily align with being in the wellness. But once we start taking control of our own lives, and we say, oh, well, I'm going to choose to eat that. I mean, when we're growing up, one of the programs we get is what I call the sugar candy house. Our parents, our caregivers, whoever it is that is raising us, will feed us whatever because of their knowledge, their learning states and stuff, their limitations. As soon as we leave home, it's like, wow, now I'm free. I can go and pig out on that. I can enjoy that over there. And we indulge, we overindulge. You know, that's our teenage days. We've left home and we start getting speeding tickets and we hit the wrong chemicals because we're trying to find ourselves. We're trying to find what works with us. Because it was prevented from us and we were told we couldn't have it, we are attracted to it. You know, we are addicted beings.
One of the things that you said, though, that is really kind of key is that this is something I heard many, many years ago about what we're all seeking. Because we're all seeking, we say we're seeking the truth, we're seeking this, we're seeking that. Ultimately, we're seeking God. Okay, we're looking for ourselves. We're looking to seat and feel comfortable. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, because, you know, having a little bit of, you know, sand in the oyster creates the pearl. And ultimately, that's kind of where we're at, maybe some of us, because we avoid being irritated, agitated. One of the things I did this past week was sit with some Reiki master, and ultimately ended up realizing I was now a Reiki practitioner. I haven't updated my website yet, but I guess the point is that, you know, you find yourself in these positions where you realize who and what you are, and you can discount it or you can take advantage of it. So I think that's ultimately what we're kind of looking for. We're all seeking God. We're seeking the divinity within us. And that's where we can kind of find ourselves. Maybe we feel a little shaky on that because we don't have the I guess the confidence, the foundation for that. You know, maybe we're standing on shaky ground or sand. I mean, hey, who knows? We might end up being, in what do you call it there? Liquefied ground, right? Right. So I mean, ultimately, we can find ourselves there, and that's okay because we can lift ourselves up and move ourselves to a different space. And it's ultimately about that perspective of ourselves that can facilitate our growth, that can lead to our ability to find peace and to find our divinity
Auric,
with whatever we're doing.
Auric, I just want to reframe that slightly, what you were saying just now. To me, how to know that you're there and what to do with it, I find that using and reframing questions to refocus is a way that always gives me a means of being in that divinity. Is if you're disconnected from it, then you have a lot of chaos and confusion going on. If you're connected to it, then you have the means to gain the focus that you're in need of. That's how it works for me. Is I'm always when I go through extreme difficulties, I'll put it that way, that when I need to come back to myself, to recenter, to refocus, for me, it's through asking myself particular questions. Like, okay, what am I going to do from here? How am I going to go about this? How do I even get started? I ask myself these kind of questions as a building block. So to me, there's always a matter of one or the other, of either being connected to divinity or being disconnected from it. There's no real middle ground. So if you're connected, do you find there to be middle ground from the way you reacted? Is there a middle ground for you?
I don't know if it's not about me. It's about discovering where all beings are at, because so you're relating things to you, which is awesome, and it's extremely helpful, but it's based on personal experience. And I think maybe I alluded that earlier, is that we are all here for unique experience and appreciating those unique experiences. So one of the things, and because I work in my day job as a mental health, it's called a QMHP. My job is to meet people where they're at. Doesn't matter my experience. What matters is, which each one of those people I sit down with, that I'm able to meet them where they're at and talk to them, and not necessarily nurture them, not even necessarily validate them. Sometimes you do have to validate where the people are at, but it's to help people realize that for outside of what the system wants us to believe, ultimately, you're there to help people rediscover their own divinity, rediscover their own power, rediscover that they have access to what they thought they didn't have access to before. So
but that comes directly out of it.
I am empowering. People tell me, "Oh my God, you're the best therapist. I thought you were my therapist." No, I'm not a therapist. I am therapeutic. I'm a case manager. I'm a mental health case manager. I will connect you to everything that you need to do. Here's the fishing pole. There's the river. You go walk out to the river, put your bait on the hook. If you don't know how to do that, call me. Yeah. Let's meet. Let's figure that out.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to do this for you. You have to do this for you. And that's kind of the difference, is that I'm not here, and maybe other people are here to do more, to do for other people. That's not my purpose. My purpose is to empower other people to do what they need to do, to live the most authentic and expansive life possible.
Well,
I don't do their job. It's up to them to do their job. I'm not going to do your laundry. I'm not going to take you places. I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to show you how to make that happen for you. You need to do your job. I will support you. I will have the pom-poms there, baby. I'm going to be there for you. You don't know how to do that? I'll show you how to put them together. I'm here to empower you to do that.
You started off what you were saying by describing as being different from what I'm saying. It's not different at all. It's actually I wasn't referring to the power of listening, the power of connecting. I wasn't referring to that at all. You were referring to it in a very different way. I agree with everything you just said, because it's not different from what I was saying whatsoever. It's just that how I connect with me. So when what you're describing is starting from where a person is and listening to where they are and connecting with where they are. It's an entirely different premise than what I was referring to, but it's not different otherwise. It's just that you're describing what listening and relating involves. That's what you're describing. Because when you're with when you're with one of your clients and you're steering from where they are and their own reference points and what they take in, you're not separate. To me, it's not separation from you. It's just that you are simply off to the side. You're more or less off to the side. That's how I would describe it. And you're taking in from them where they are. When I'm with a person doing what you just described, when I'm listening to them and taking in their reality, their world, where they're coming from, when I'm listening to that, I'm not spending time in my own. Like you said, I'm not spending time in my own when I do that. I'm taking in where they are to get a sense of of how to even assist them in knowing where they even are. Because for the most part, when a person is laying that out to you, they don't know where they are. They really have no idea. So what they need is to get a sense of where they even are now, what is even available to them, of how to even take a next step from there. Because first they have to even know where there is. So to me, what you're doing in establishing reality from their vantage point is giving them a sense of, okay, here's where we are now. Here's where now is. And here's where we can go from now as a next step. So it's simply a different mechanism being involved. I was describing how I find me, and what you're describing is how you help that other person find them. So they have to first find what their now is, who they are in the first place, what their identity even is, and how their identity works into where they are at the moment, to even find what the next step is for them. And that's what I'm listening to you describing. I'm simply saying that it's not actually different from what I'm describing. I was describing how I created for me, and what you're describing is how you support a person in creating it for them.
If I may, it's like what Phil was saying. We've all got our individual experiences, and we know what we've come through. We've been hit with some massive shit, all of us individually, different sorts, different styles. And then, like, once we're able to work our way through that, then we turn around and say, well, I want to help someone else so that they don't have to go through the struggles mentally, physically, spatially that I have. So it's, I do these groups so that we come in and we go, okay, it's sort of like, it's good that there are differences between us so that we can find the commonalities through the experiences. And once we find these commonalities, then we've already eliminated a major player. We can then go, okay, now this is how the symptoms show themselves. This is what we've learned from it, because at the end of the day, we're all looking for the same. We want to be appreciated. We want to know who we are. You know, we can come up with every single question. It doesn't matter what you do out there, whether you're guilty or something or not, you're always going to find the answer to be right. Even when you know you're wrong, you're going to find that answer. Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit. There was something that you were saying earlier on, Jeff, and I can't even quote it now, but it comes down to one's responsibility for their actions, the knowing of their actions. There's a difference between whether they are aware of the knowing or not. And these come in different symptoms of telltale signs. So as a people reader, I, in the first 5 minutes, will gauge where they're at. And if not, I'll keep coming back until I get it. Just recently, I had this woman who'd been coming along several times and to a space I was in, and she was unable to share her inner self, her inner experiences, because she could not relate to our experiences. Now, most of us in this particular space, we're experiences of different beings coming and going and interactions, psychological warfare, and we were able to identify it. She didn't have that connection. And then out of nowhere, there was a conversation I was having in regards to night terrors being a form of dimensional access. And when I broke it down for her, within 5 minutes, boom, what a different personality. She got it. It was like something, light bulb went off in her head. Her whole demeanor changed, her face changed, and she had something that she could add. And this is one of the major things about doing these is everybody wants to be connected to somebody. It's not just about having the bloodline families. We as a species want to have the species family. And we want to know that what we're doing is right, because our programming says you got to watch where you walk. You got to watch how you walk. You got to watch the shoes you walk in. You know, there's all these warning signs, but then we want to know, and we don't have the parents, the caregivers telling us you're doing it right because you're an adult. You're expected to do it right. Where's the bloody manual? So these groups that we're doing here, whatever the experiences are that we're having, finding the commonalities, that is the fun part. And when we do that, it's like, okay, this is the commonality. Now, how can we improve on it? We've wasted all of these years and space and time getting to this point. Now we're fast tracking it. And there's going to be a lot of people that come in and it's like, you have to lose yourself completely. Like what you were saying, Auric. You get to, I mean, I've had a couple of breakdowns, nervous breakdowns. I found myself hiding under sheets and blankets and clothing in a wardrobe away from the world. And I just wanted to leave. Get me out of this place. And that's when I realized I had to get out of that closet and say, everybody else, bugger off. Okay, you're strangling me. I can't breathe. Your energy's too much for my space. But we have to step up and say, go away, so that you can get that breather back. You can understand the voices, the triggers. We're not all the same. We don't all come from the same location. And looking at how they have put us into all these different categories. They have divided us through division and conquer. That has been one of the biggest attacks, silent warfare attacks. And it's, okay, you in one country are taught and shown on your televisions and screens, images, one thing. I mean, I'm having a conversation today with a person who didn't know New Zealand was even a country, right? They didn't even know New Zealand existed. They just thought we were part of Antarctica, and that was it. And it was like, why do you know that? Where did you get that from? And all the maps that they'd seen in their lifetime, they'd never heard any encounters from New Zealand. They didn't even figure the connection between And I'm not being disrespectful if you're out there listening. It was a real eye-opener for me. And it's like they didn't get that Lord of the Rings was how it was connected to New Zealand. And there's a bigger role to this whole Lord of the Rings, the ring and all of this other stuff. But it was when they realized that, okay, there is a country, it is on the map, but why didn't they see it beforehand? You know, this is their programming. This is the limited stuck states that they were brought into. But that didn't mean that we didn't exist. Where was I? In limbo? I'm living in limbo. Whoa, yeah. When we can take away the boundaries, the borders that the false authorities have put in place, then we go, okay, we're no longer living in the citizen. We're no longer living in the straw man identity. I mean, that has gone on for such a long time. Now we get the digital age. We were now getting a new digital ID, you know, digital personality characteristics, all that information that they're gathering about this digital ID. It stems isn't just another version of the straw man identity. You know, without us, that won't exist. So when we turn around and say no, they can't exist. And this goes for everything. When we turn around and say, well, we want to learn this, and we can't have just one teacher, right? Nature is our teacher. You go out there, you have your interaction with a tree, a plant, an insect, you come back and share it, because your makeup is totally different to the next person. You know, what I can eat today, you might not be able to touch with a 10-foot pole, you know, and by doing that, we can turn around and work out. The biggest experiment is psychological. The next comes down to, how do humans know what to eat is safe and what isn't, whether or not they die, whether or not it is short-term, long-term exposure to it. And now we're in a computer age, a digital age, where we can turn around and say, that doesn't work, that is manipulation, whether it is of the mind, the physical, or spiritual, whatever you want to call it. And this is, you know, doing these round tables and groups that we do, I love it, because we don't have to disagree with each other. I agree to disagree, because that is where the experience comes from. This is where the freedom of expression to be able to say, this is the findings from what I've lived through, and how does that work for you? You know, we can take away the whole victim mentality. If you're still stuck in the victim mentality, there is hope. There are ways out of it. And it's about stepping into yourself and finding what your self-worth is. Your value is important. Our value is what runs these governments. They know what is behind us, what we're capable of doing. That, to me, is the real disclosure. They don't want us knowing our capabilities, so they create all these different forms of division so that we can't have that face-to-face conversation, you know, and all of this. It's absolutely diabolical what they're able to do. But if they're out there doing it, then and they're doing it to us, we can learn and turn it around.
Okay,
So,
Steph,
you know,
I just need to let you know that I'm going to, for maybe a minute or so, I'm going to need to be away from the camera, because my text told me there may be something at my door that I need to know about. So I'll be right back.
absolutely, you're welcome. Auric, jump in there, girl.
Hopefully it's not a cryptid. Okay, just throwing that out.
Yeah, I did a prediction the other day, and some of our roomies know. There's one of our roomies who's going to get a cryptid on their doorstep pretty soon. And I can't wait to hear those experiences.
This happened like several years ago, and somewhere out in the, you know, archives of whatever it is I put on my YouTube channel, I got some pretty crazy footprints on I don't take time off from work typically. I am going to do that this season. Anyway, I don't like taking time off. I have to stay very, very busy. It's not a good place for my head to not be busy. So I'm segueing into a way to do that without attaching that to a 3D job. That being said, when you mentioned about cryptids, I ended up, we had a unique snowstorm where there was ice and slush, and then there was an overlay of snow. So when I went out to move the stuff off the driveway to make it safe to leave, this was on a Sunday and I had to leave on the Monday to go back to work. I took pictures of this and I spent a lot of time. I did not step out my doorway for I don't know how many days. Nobody else was outside. Nobody. There were no other footprints in this pristine layout in the front lawn, my drive, but there were 2 footprints. One I saw as I was scraping away and I was like, oh, that was weird looking. And then I looked again at the next step where it would have been. It was there and something up on my step. It was a very unusual shaped foot with an unusual layout of toes that included, and I don't have big feet. I have small feet. I'm not a tall person. I don't have big feet. I don't have big hands, but I'm telling you, that thing, whatever it was, and I don't know what it was, laid down something that was not listed or photographed or chronicled in anything anywhere on the web, because I spent about a week looking for it. So when we're talking about cryptids, I don't know, because I'm in Michigan, that may have been a dog man. The really interesting thing is there's one tarot reader that, you know, of course, tarot and oracles are, you know, loose guidance at best, especially if it's a general reading. But this one lady said that, oh, you're going to have a visitor. Be very careful. It's like, oh, that's so freaking weird. Nobody comes to my house. And then that happens like 2 weeks later. It's like, what the heck was this? What was this thing at my doorstep? And it was like, wow. So we need to take all things into consideration. And again, I think it goes back to what Jeff was saying about he's never felt unprotected. I think we're all more protective from being off of whatever path we're intended. So we should always keep that in mind too. But yeah, that's my little cryptid story. I should probably repost that. That was really bizarre, along with the whole star thing of what my perception of what these things that we call stars are in the sky. That's a whole nother gig. I would probably get a lot of flack from a lot of people for my perception of what
I would like to hear it. I would like to hear it. No, you should put them up, because it's like, it's about, you know, sharing the experience, no matter how crazy it sounds.
This would be the ideal time to do that. Yeah, please.
Just share it. Just share it. I mean, these beings that come in and visit me, I mean, I get all sorts. You guys have seen them yourself. I mean, I can be doing a live show and something will show up. You know, we've seen this stuff happen. And that to me is disclosure. This is what we're doing here is disclosure. You know, we're speaking from the truth. I mean, we can identify if somebody's telling, you know,
Stone, you're going to bring us up to an entirely different rail where you're going right now, and Auric is not going to have a chance to tell us what nobody will believe.
Doesn't matter. Who gives a rip if somebody believes it or not? So, and then that's the whole beauty of being part of this type of open-mindedness. This happened many years ago, where I was talking to someone. I was very much not in this realm that we're in right now. And I was entrenched in a very clerical 3D, and I was breaching into other aspects of what it means to have your own perceptions. I hadn't delved really as deeply as I am now in psychology. And I sat in this office, and I had someone come in and disclose to me some of the things they had experienced. I thought that they wanted something, they wanted help with getting a communication device, a phone or whatever it was. And I was asked to help this individual, and I did. And as I'm helping them do this, they're reeling off this really bizarre statement, and talking about, I can't give details for privacy, but it was really out there, y'all. It was really out there. And I was like, okay, well, I'm glad you're okay. Here's the information you're looking for. And when they were done and they left, and they really, because there's no judgment. There is no judgment in this space here, in this mind, in this heart. There is no judgment. Share with me whatever you like. I don't give a shit. So the therapist came in and sat down with me, and I said, hey, this is what they said to me. And they looked at me and they said, yeah, who said, who? I can't say that didn't actually happen in their home. So other people would look at what this individual had said to me was complete 100% delusion. Okay. Put them on meds, give them an injection. Don't care. They're a loose cannon. No, but not my therapist, but the therapist I was working with at the time said, it's not that they didn't experience that. They probably did experience that. That was very real to them. And I carry forward that, 11 years later or 8 years later, and say, those feelings that people experience, whether you see them or not, has created the chemical makeup in their body and in their mind that experience was real. 100%. It was real. So their experience was real. I cannot refute that. And what I tell people outside of the realm of doing what I do, and they're saying, oh, they're effing this and they're in that and that. Make your list. I don't care. Never, ever, ever challenge what you perceive as a delusion. You can't, because that individual you perceive as having a delusion, that person, that was real to them. Yeah. They felt that in their body, in their mind, in their very soul. So don't refute that. What our job maybe is to help people realize is, with that perception that they have, how to keep themselves safe. That's the ultimate thing. How can you keep yourself safe? How can you learn from your experience? Whether other people see it or not is irrelevant. How can you keep yourself safe?
Thank you, Auric. Thanks for sharing that. Stone, while Auric was sharing that, something happened in your room. Something energetic happened in your room. I saw it happen, but I'm not sure what it actually was. Do you know what it was?
What the fuck? No, I don't see anything. What?
I don't know for sure what it was, but I saw a color change. I saw a light change while she was sharing. Some kind of frequency and energetic change. I don't know quite what it was.
I didn't see nothing. Okay. I know nothing.
Okay.
And I just want to put it out there. Welcome to the newcomers. If you're interested in jumping online, this is an open roundtable today. We just going with the flow. So if you want to come on, give me a buzz and I'll throw the link in the room. So thank you, Jeff. What, you didn't see a being or anything like that? Or okay.
No, there wasn't a being involved as far as I could tell.
But it was an energetic shift.
Yeah.
Shift. Chef, am I thinking food?
It was distinct. It was definitely there. It was distinct. I just wasn't sure what it was I was seeing.
I watched a video. I was watching some funny videos the other evening, and they were having, spectrals moving past them when they were talking on camera, and they were having like all sorts of weird stuff was happening to them when it was on camera. So this stuff is actually happening, and it's becoming more and more prominent. So, if there's any beings in here you want to show yourself, you're most welcome to.
Well, that's a whole other matter. You got a lot of beings around you, but no distinct changes that happen with the beings. It was then an energetic change. The beings are still there.
That's why I like Restream, because you can't see the whole surrounds behind me. One day I was sitting here and I was having a chat, and then out of the blue I heard this noise, and I looked around and Grendel was standing next to me. How did you get there? So he'd learned how to open the door with his horns. For those who don't know who Grendel is my little goat, and he has developed horns. He's very intelligent, and it's, yes, absolutely wonderful. Get in touch with an animal and have a communication with them. Well, I'll have to backtrack on that and have a little nosy myself, Jeff. Did anybody in the audience see anything? I'd love to hear it if you did. So, going back to what you were saying about these...
I just had to include that because it was just so stark. And as Auric was speaking, I'm seeing that. I just made a mental note. I had to bring that up after appreciating Auric.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. One thing I've learned is, when we go into doing channelings and tarot readings and readings, divine readings, sometimes what I've found is I can say something and someone else will piggyback on the energy, or vice versa. And what happens is entities will show up at both ends. So there is something to us as portals and connections. One of the things about the beings is that I've encountered, they've showed me that there is no time space. That doesn't exist. That's illusion in our heads. That's man-made shit. And these beings, I can say to a friend, I'm going to send my orb over to you and take a photo at such and such a time. We both take a photo at that time with the timestamp, and this being will show up in both our footage. So it's very, very real that, like, okay, she's just disappeared. But, if Auric is bringing a vibe and energy to the space and she's focused in that communication, it's for all of us. With that being, it may show up in one of the energy stamps. So when I say energy stamps, I'm talking about the space that we're holding. So if my energy is a certain, vibrancy, the being that's, around her that she's getting in touch with, I am a very strong believer now, I want to take out belief system, but I'm a strong believer of, if I have had a connection or contact with a certain being, all I really got to do to get in touch with that being again is think of them. This is where the telepathy starts. To make that initial contact, to make that initial, yes, I know you're there, I'm sending you a positive vibe. Hope you feel it with all the good and right intentions. The clear intent of what it was thought of here, somebody else will feel it. It's like the witch, the old witch tales. Like if you sneeze 3 times, someone's definitely talking about you. Your ears are burning. And then sure enough, poof, they will show themselves to you. The whole scenario will unfold, and you will then know who was talking about you. It's the perception. What you are open to is right there in front of us. It's always there in front of us. But how we perceive it is one of those, what I call the illusionary veils. So I just, before you jump in there, Jeff, going on what you said earlier about the footsteps, when I was working with Nancy Tremaine, the author Nancy Tremaine, she showed me, we became good friends. She showed me some photos one morning, and it was snowing, and there were these strange footprints. No, there was no vehicles around, just straight snow in the car park. and they were not normal animals. And it was like we'd just done this major segment on the beings that had been visiting her. So, and then the next morning, they were right there. The footprints were right there. So they do come and visit us. And that hence me, when I do paranormal activities, I sprinkle flour or dust on the floor, something that I know that is there, so that I can see clearly a disturbance, footprints, disturbance, shuffle, whatever it may be. There are ways. We're investigators. We're here to investigate. This is me, just in my physical. We're here to investigate all parts of the experiences that we encounter every single day, even in dream state. I'll wake up in the morning and go, now, why did I think that? Why was I put into that scenario? So thank you for sharing that, Auric. Yeah, they do show up. They do show signs. So, and thank you, Jeff, also for sharing your insights into the stuff too. So, all right. All right. We've been going for a spell or two there, but I'm fine with this. So, subjects, let's hit on to something else. Anybody in the audience want to hear something from us? Don't ask me to sing, because I'm not going to be held responsible for your medical bills.
Oh my God. My statement is usually, well, everybody can sing, but not everybody wants to listen.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Missing Time, Jason, good to see you here, mate. All right. Okay, so what did we just get here?
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Earl White and Anthony just uploaded investigated during the stream, watching it after. Okay, all right, cool. I will go there and have a nosy later. All right, so it's been really fun. It's been a lot of fun today. Okay, anybody got any other subjects you want us to annihilate?
Were there any questions that we just didn't catch along the way?
Probably. All right, waiting. Going to count to 3. Newcomers, if you want to come in and join on the round table and just talk shit with us, you're most welcome. Just hit us up a message in the chat room and we will put a link up for you.
Dude,
Yes,
if you're going to talk, no, I have to add this though. If you're going to talk shit, wear gloves.
Well, it does. Yeah, I got experiences for shit. And they don't all wear gloves.
I'm sorry. This is my twisted way of life.
I'll stick
That was fun.
the links. Arizona, you have a yes.
Dude, you're so regretting. It's like she sent me this invite last fucking minute. And I was like driving in the snow and the sleet. I was like, bing! It's like, what the hell is going on? I gotta get home. It's all ice and snow. When I get home, it's like, shit, I gotta feed the dog. I gotta, life is okay. Anything for Stone, because I love her. Sorry,
Okay.
that's that poor freaking letter word for you again. Suck it up, sister.
Yeah, I know. You were going to say "Suck It Up, Buttercup." I know that song too, mate. It's one of my favorites. The next favorite is, if you haven't seen it, it's these 2 chicks. They go along and one gets stuck. They get locked out of the house and she needed to go for a mimmy. And so they climbed through the window. One climbed through the window and her boob tube that she had on sort of got waylaid and everything just sort of hung out. And I mean, that is just so hysterical. I just this is our everyday life. Yesterday I went to go shopping and we got a flat battery. I mean, what? We just bought a new battery for the old car that we hadn't had started for 2 years. Goes like a dream. And then what happens? This one that never had a problem suddenly gets a flat battery. What is with that? there are connections. We do stuff and we don't really know the fuller picture, but there is something always good behind it. You know, if you're a good person, that is, okay. Yeah, psh, magic. No, don't bring that up, please, Phil. Please don't bring that up. Okay, I don't eat chocolate ice cream anymore at all. All right. Yeah. All right. And when I was talking about, you know, we call it caca over here. I work with what I call golden pellets. Grendel delivers magic golden pellets, which are perfect fertilizer for the garden. We've done a little experiment, and some of you are aware, I like to grow sunchokes, which are, you know, like sunflowers, but mini sunflowers, and you can eat the roots. They make you fart, but hey, that's just part of life. It makes you feel good. You know, wherever you may be, let the wind blow free. So some of these have got some of Grendel's golden pellets and some don't, and you should see the difference. It is absolutely amazing. I can hide. I can hide within the plants now. The growth is fantastic. And I'm soon going to start picking the leaves and make some mead or some kombucha. Oh yeah, out of that. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Arizona has said she loves chocolate milk until she learned how it's made. Oh my goodness. Hello there, Aussie Ange. Good to see you here, darling. And yes, how's it made, Arizona? Why don't you come on and share? You know, that's one of the things that, you know, if you go out there and you want to know the foods that you're eating, how it's prepared, there are many YouTubes showing us how it's prepared. I have, in a couple of days, I will be doing, you'll see me a few times, I'm going to be doing a public fasting. I'm going to fast for 3 days. I have a handful of members who are joining, and I'm not sure if they're going to come on the live stream or not, but I will be going through a guided fasting process so that so you can understand what's going on with your body, your brain, the feeling states, autophagy, the hunger pangs, and how to move past them, how to listen to your body when it's trying to tell you you're under attack. This is a detox. This is to detox. But we do it as a navigational point of view so that if you're on medications or you've got health issues, that these can all be monitored. And I will make a very public announcement. This is not medical advice in any way or form. This is up to your own perceptions and own abilities and safety. Safety is first, all right? If you can't be honest with yourself, do not come on and try to do this. Yes, Phil, it will be a water fast. Absolutely. It's not about anything else. It's not about losing weight or anything. It's about resetting your biome, your clock, allowing your gut, fauna, and brain to have that break. There'll be other things that go on, like you may get a headache, you may get blurry vision, you may get buzzing in the ears, but this is your body detoxing. And once we've gone off that side of it, then we go back into the refeeding. So for 3 days, we fast. So I will put an announcement out for everybody who's interested. If you want to know more, you can either email me at stonehobbit.com. Sorry, no, what am I? Yep, that's my webpage. Or stonehobbit2@gmail.com, and I can give you the links and the information and when we're going to start. But I like to make sure that we're all on the same page so that nobody gets themselves into any bad situation. So, all right. Nothing really is needed. I choose apple cider vinegar, baking soda, and good coffee. I also use castor oil because it tricks the parasites, because I'm using this as a parasite cleanse at the same time. So we can get through this. All right. So anybody wanted to bring up a subject? Let's nail it.
One of the things that you brought up as far as fasting, I have he's a medical doctor, so he went through University of Michigan, but he is a holistic practitioner. He has several partners within his practice. I totally trust him. He's gotten me off of prescription medications as opposed to putting me on them. So fully support this man's opinion. One of the things that about the fasting aspect is that make sure that you are going to be safe, just like Sohn said. I went through one of the ways he got me off of prescription meds was that he put me on a protocol that was guided by him and his staff, and it was a fasting type. So it wasn't 100% fasting. It was 500 calories. And it was through his office. It was something that I had to take full ownership of, but it was where I had to check in with his office every so often and make sure I was still on target, I guess, for lack of a way. I don't want to divulge too much information. I'm just kind of putting it that way. I'm not kind of stuttering, but I am stuttering. What he was trying to do was reset the brain through this fasting protocol with the supports of injections that he was only able to provide. So it's rare that you find a practitioner that's able to do this. Just going to throw that out there. This is not something that's typical, but it is something that's doable, where he got me off a prescription medication because of the injectable support through the reduced calorie. I think it was on like 500 calories a day for like a month. I mean, how many people can do that? Yeah. But I'm off the script meds. When I go to see him, I guilt the hell out of him. Not on purpose, but he will give me nutritional supplements intravenously that support me, as opposed to getting me on a prescription. So these doctors are out there, but they're hard to find. But I guess the point is that follow your practitioner, follow what's right for you. This might be good for you, and it might be detrimental for you. What's important is that you're able to tune in to who and what you are, and being aware of what your body functioning is. I would not do anything because of my trust in this particular doctor, this practitioner. Ultimately, I'm gonna take that individual's advice.
Yeah.
But I'm also, based on what they tell me, I will turn around and tell them, this isn't working for me.
Yeah.
And he takes it into credence. And that's the difference between a good practitioner and a not so good practitioner. So if somebody's trying to force something down your throat, take a step back and figure out what you need to do to keep yourself safe, to keep yourself healthy. That's going to be really important in the next 3 to 5 years. I think maybe even 7 years. For us to be able to maintain our ability to have a level of discernment that we're going to need. Ooh, gosh, survive? That's kind of a crazy word. I don't know. How does anybody else feel about that? Because that was kind of coming out of nowhere from me. I don't know.
We look at the fact.
I felt like I was on a rant. It was like, who the hell is in control of this shit?
I sort of look at it as another thing too. I mean, if we do a detox, our body has a memory, our brain has a memory to the foods that we put in, the toxins that are in the foods. Everything is imprinted. So if we go and eat something from a certain location, like if I buy an orange that's come from Australia or America or something, I'm going to get that information from that location, but also the information of all the chemicals that it's endured, the transport, and, you know, being put here. When I opened up the bag to have an orange yesterday, I was like, I can't eat this because there's something wrong with it. It looks rubbish. It doesn't look normal. It doesn't have the vibrancy that it did. What happened between the store and here? You know, it's no longer the fruit. I can't smell it. If I can't smell it, I don't ingest it. You know, once we've dumped the junk out of our system, we've gone through autophagy, and our stem cells have removed and repaired and we've done this. You know, this is good once every month. If you do a prolonged fast, 10 days, 20 days, whatever it may be, you know, I'm yet to break my record, but I'm working on it. That is like, you introduce new chemicals and new foods and compounds, you're going to have a different reaction to it than you would if you're also combining it with other toxins every single day. So your body gets to, you know, adjust. It gets to also show you the symptoms sooner of what's actually in the food and what's actually going on. When you can say, okay, I just had that tomato, and you know where that's going. When you have a tomato and it's grown, you know, it's like, whether it's GMO or whether it's, I don't want to say natural, nothing's natural anymore. Everything's had some sort of manipulation along the way. You know, you can smell it, you can taste it, you ingest it. It has a chemical reaction in your system. I can no longer touch tomatoes because I have a reaction to nightshades now, whereas I didn't beforehand. Inflammation, you know, all these different things will kick in. And you know, as we get older, our body has had enough. The tolerance levels change. So we have to change our diet. And a lot of the reasons people have issues with inflammation and stuff is because not just the toxins in the vegetables and fruit, not enough fat solubles in the system anymore. We have to change. We have to upgrade the oils and the proteins and everything, because they take all of that out of that. That's the goodness within the fruit and vegetables and whatever else you eat. They take that out. I mean, it is so sad. I took some photos the other day. Most of you know I live on farms. I work with animals of all kinds. And yesterday, there was this cow wandering around, and I saw something dangling on its chin, and I'm like, oh, hey, mate, how you doing? Oh, geez. Oh, yuck. Oh, my God. Shall I stick a photo of that up next to a McDonald's hamburger? Because people don't realize the tumors, the toxicity in the animals. It is, if you just go down the road and buy your meat from the butcher, you don't know the exterior, what the animal is actually showing you, the damages, its eyes, its tongue covered in warts and blah, 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 blah. You know, anyway, you know, but when
you made a really good point about the beef, because this came up several years ago, and it popped up in some reels or feeds or whatever it was about the beef and about the number of pounds just in the United States that people are theoretically consuming through the McDonald's system. And I personally don't do any fast food unless I am so like dying and I'm 200 miles from home and I need something of sustenance and I don't go to McDonald's. I'll put that out there. But I guess the idea is that it's not conceivable that these farms even exist, that the resources are even existence to facilitate the McDonald's system. At one point, there were farms that were only for their potatoes, for their fries, that they were relegated strictly for McDonald's. They didn't buy the farms, but they were so heavily subsidized by the McDonald's franchises or the corporate body that they all of a sudden, next thing you know, they don't exist anymore for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of theory. They didn't come out really and say as to how they're manipulating or manufacturing, we'll put that word out there, manufacturing the so-called quote unquote meat. Because let's face it, meat is not necessarily an animal protein. Meat, I have also, this is a term that it can be used for fruit. That meat is part of the fruit. But if the animal itself is not being manufactured and supported by the McDonald's, I guess, manufacturing animal process, they cannot facilitate. I don't remember the numbers. Do your own freaking research. Figure it out yourself, because there are people out there that will throw numbers out there and it's like, oh my God. No, you got to sit there and figure this out for yourself, and don't do a Google. Go out on Yandex or whatever other search engine you can find that's outside of what you're used to, and figure out what it is that's going on. This is how you're gonna determine what is the potentiality of what you're dealing with in your own physical biome. Because what Stone's talking about is feeding the biome what it needs. It's got nothing to do with who you are.
Yeah.
Let's separate that out. This is the biome that connects us to where we're at. This is us being our spirit and essence self. And we're in this thing called a biome, this genetic biome that allows us to connect to these things that are out in this particular realm. But how are we going to facilitate that if we're eating junk, if we're eating McDonald's and Taco Bell and KFC? You got to kind of figure this stuff out. You know what I heard, interestingly enough? There's a young man who has a reel on Facebook. I don't know who he is, but he says in Italy, they don't do chicken in restaurants.
Oh,
It's like,
wow.
what are you nuts? This is not something we do. Why do you do that? If you're going to go to a restaurant, you're going to eat something really nice. Even if it's a vegetarian pasta, you're not going to do chicken. That's like sacrilege. You're going to do something beautiful and something nice and something that's going to excite what you have in your mouth. But I think the Americans and many of the other westernized cultures have this thing that they've pulled in and believe that, oh, this is good. No. So realize I'm like totally freaking lost on this. But I guess the idea, the food aspect has to be brought back into our own reality and back into realizing what you're putting into this biome totally affects our spiritual connection to our personal divinity. How's that for grounding?
I mean, I'm not going to go out there and eat just a whole mango diet and hope that the mango gods and send their beings in. I do understand that. I mean, when I'm out there watching Grendel eating and stuff, and he's waggling his tail and he's having fun and all of this. I mean, he was looking at my feet and laughing at me. You ever heard a goat laugh? Okay, he was looking at my feet because I had toes, so I kept wiggling them in front of him, and he kept laughing, and he kept looking down at his hoofs to say, and he'd go look down and go, and he'd look up oh, geez, my screen went blank. Okay, I'm back. And then he'd look at mine and he'd laugh. And I'm like, oh, my God, I just heard a goat laugh. I look at the foods that he's eating that I give him as a treat, and it's made up of nuts and molasses and, you know, all good stuff and stuff, because I just want the good stuff in my veggies, in my plants, because I'm eating it. I don't want to know that what I'm putting into my food is going to contaminate me. I know we've got to already fight with chemtrails, and people are in such a denial about what's going on with their physical bodies and stuff, and they all want to reach enlightenment, but they're happy to go and get on a plane that's going to sprinkle chemtrails around everybody else and add to the dilemma. I mean, we have to take responsibility for our actions. I'm sorry, I can't get in a car and drive to America. I can't get on a horse and swim across the bloody water to get to another country. Come on. But I can here and now create a space, an environment around me where I can possibly open up a portal so you can pop in. We have the abilities to be able to turn around and say, okay, want to experiment? Let's do it. As long as it's what we're doing is not harming others. And we don't have to participate by putting harmful goods and shit into our system or in our specific environment. I mean, it's bad enough that people don't realize that your Wi-Fi goes further than 30 bloody meters. And if you're living in a high rise and you've got 6 or 7 people in your high rise, you're getting hit with all of those frequencies. You could turn it off at night, but hey, your neighbors have got theirs on. Boom, there's only a bloody thin wall between you. It's going to come through, it's going to affect you. We can live in a stuck state reality, or we can do something about it. Technology can be used for good. It's just at the moment we can see that all the technology is manipulating our food. We've got robots coming in. We've got androids coming in. We've got people wearing skin suits. They're not even human. And it's becoming more and more noticeable, whether it's robots in disguise, just check out your weather channel. Yeah, it's out there. We're living in a time now that I say is wow, this is something really crazy, and I get to be able to be here and experience it. But wait a minute, I've done this before. It feels familiar. We've seen it. It's not just the images out there. It's every avenue of our existence is being manipulated one way or another. Everything we see, we hear, we sense, we feel is being manipulated. So what can we take control of? I saw a post up there earlier on, somebody saying this is the rapture. To me, the rapture is being aware of who we are here and reclaiming our space as a Garden of Eden. All right? A garden to me is where we can flourish. We grow our own foods. We know what's going into the soil and what's coming out of it. We've got a worm farm. I grow garlic. I have a goat. Come on. We're all doing this one way or another. We're out there. How many of you go out there and hear a bird singing and smile to yourself or internally? I don't know what it's like in big, massive cities, whether you have more than just pigeons and rats. I'm sorry, but I'm just being straight up out there. I see people keeping pigeons in their houses and letting them fly off and come back. I'm seeing people taking on practices that are detrimental to their own health because, you've got a hand basin there and you want to climb on it and wash your fundamentals when you got a bathtub right there and your sink cracks open and you hit the floor and you wonder what the hell's going on. Come on. Use the brains that we have to investigate the realities that we're in. I love it when I see a shadow being walk past. I want to know who they are, where they're from, why they're visiting. I'll leave a pen and paper out. Just leave me a message. You know, I'll go out, I'll come back and there are devices on that were absolutely switched off before we left the house. Switched off and put into a safety box so nobody could mess with them. Yes, French nearly came out, but then you come back and find them in a different location. We've got all sorts of manipulations going on. That seems to be the key word for today. The show of Rough Ramblings today is a manipulation. And where does it come from? Well, it starts with man. Shouldn't that tell you everything? I'm going to jump on to a slightly different topic at the moment about this 3-eye atlas. I'm noticing people are still calling it AI atlas. And I have to say, you know, what is the brain telling us? If we have to work with clear intent and our first, you know, intention, our first instinct, and we say AI atlas, now you all know I think it's a space turd, a prehistoric man-made space turd that's going around and it's come back again. It hasn't changed. My theories haven't changed. Should it be a ship with beings on it, I don't think that would be very good because there's been no formal contact with us. I'm not seeing any live action coming from any of the planets that it is going past. So I, being a contactee, am very aware of different types of beings that are out there, and I would assume, yes, make an ass out of you and me, that there would be some form of contact or communication or signals being picked up. So I cannot believe anything I'm hearing from the internet, from any of these so-called space jockeys out there, desk jockeys, space jockeys, researchaholics, unless we can see it for ourselves and go pop out there and go, hello, what are you? Then at the moment it is still a under the blue beam project, as far as I am concerned. What are your guys' theories on it? This goes for not just the audience in room, but also those that are in the chat room. Where are you at now after months of this interaction?
What does Jeff think about this? I have my own theory, and I think Stone and I have talked about this extensively.
What do you want to know on this?
Whatever you got in your bean.
Well,
that's
with
a
all
scary
the
thought. Sorry.
Well, it just depends upon what we believe for. With all the distortions and disinformation that are being put out there, especially by NASA, what is it that you want to know?
What do you think AI Atlas, oh bloody hell. What do you think this 3-eye Atlas is?
Well, for one thing, it's a craft. Okay, I'll start there. And the two questions that would be in my mind is, one is, does it matter where it came from and who's in it? And two, because to me that's just doesn't really matter. The other thing is, we have an open question right now of whether what it's releasing, how it's intended to affect the electromagnetic aspect, how it's intended to affect the orbit of the Earth, for that matter, how it's intended. Right now they're with all the monitoring of our communications, with all the monitoring of our of reactions, with older monitoring of all the defensive reactions, with older monitoring of that what are they going to want to do about it? That's, for me, is an open question right now. What do they want to do about it? Because right now they're just with their neutrality right now as they're moving through. Are they going to want to interact? Are they going to want it to actually do anything about it, or are they just going to let it be? is they don't. Given that they don't have the human biases, it doesn't come across to me as their higher realm. I mean, given how they're coming in, given how they're traveling, it doesn't come across as higher realm to me. I don't see any aspect of higher realm in what they're doing. So I find it comes across as strictly as third and fourth dimension to me. So what what do they want to see come of all the reactions to them? What do they want to see come of what of their presence? So right now, given that they're not higher realm, given that they in the third and fourth dimension, they tend to have human attributes since we came from them. Yeah. So what do they want to have happen? That's an open question for me.
Okay. So do you think they're beings on this craft? What sort of beings are they, do you think?
Well, there's a lot of beings that are been around for millennia. Being around for a long time is meaningless to a lot of the beings out there. They've been around for a really long time. These beings, there's nothing to indicate them being hostile or warlike or threatening or anything like that. There's just nothing to indicate that. So where they are, to me, is less important than why they're here. So I've sensed multi-species in who's coming in, but they're coming in such an archaic way. It's like the fact that they've been coming in for such a long time. For one thing, they're not coming in with the intent of coming to the civilization that we currently have, because they've been coming for a long time. I mean, but most of the beings don't have to arrive that way. So why are these beings particularly coming in, traveling such a long time in such a conventional way? I mean, why do that? So that suggests that they are coming in, monitoring, doing surveillance, and that they probably haven't decided themselves what they want to do with our reactions. They probably haven't decided yet, because there's nothing higher dimensional about it. So, what they're going to do about it right now is not known to me. There's all kinds of surveillance, all kinds of monitoring, all kinds of discharges from their, of mini robots and mini microbes. There's just like all kinds of things coming off of them, coming this way. But there's no indication of any intent to harm. There's no indication of anything except surveillance. No indication of anything else. So I don't know that we necessarily know what they want yet, because if they would have let us know by now. So far, the only communication has been mathematical symbols. So given that that's the only thing they're doing, clearly they're not aiming for psychic contact, at least not with the powers that be at all. So if they're not, with some folks, they've had psychic contact, but not that much. So there's just like this open question of, if you're not using psychic contact, if you're using mathematical symbols, if you're not showing any hostile intent, but you're also not showing any intention of direct contact with anybody who would be able to handle it, what is your premise? So right now, the usual reasons aren't showing themselves. So what is their intention as they're coming in? What do they want us to know? And I don't think there's going to be any first contact involved here. I don't see any reason why there would be. But what is their intent? Do they just want to do a flyby of Jupiter and keep moving? What do they want to do? So I'm not sure what their point is. I don't know yet.
Yeah. Okay.
That's my perspective.
All right. Just want to give a shout out to the room, to the newcomers. It's good to see you, Don. Hope everything went well. Good to see you. Also, Carla, thank you for coming along. Good, strong people here. All right. So do you think, not knowing who they are, where they're coming from, do you, with no contact and knowing that they're in our space, do you feel that they have good intent or bad intent by not giving us some sort of communication?
To me? You're asking me?
Yes. I'm
I
just
don't think.
but from
I
your
don't see any reason to consider it harmful or dangerous or any threat to us. I don't see any reason to.
okay. Right. So you believe it's a craft with beings on it, and at this point there's no communication. I'm just getting it clear.
There's a lot of autonomic process going on, but there are some beings in there. Just their presence is felt. So it's not that they're contacting us; it's just that their presence is felt, and they have responded with mathematical symbols. So there is somebody in there. It's just a matter of why they're there.
Okay. So do you feel that they should be, I mean, what about the people that are saying that they are in contact and communication with some of these beings on board the ship right now? I just want to say, welcome, Maya. Good to see you, honey. Carry on, Jeff.
Hello. So there's always folks who are in contact with the beings who come in. There's always is. I felt them myself. I felt their presence. So right now there's the open question of, okay, what do they want us to know about them, and what do they want us to know about why they're here? I mean, what do they want us to know? So beyond that mathematical symbols, beyond the contact that some of the folks are having with them through their lineage and their DNA, I mean, that's why they're able to have contact. I don't really care what system they're from. What matters to me is why they want to do what they're doing. They're not showing any signs of the only sign of being advanced is the craft. That's pretty much it. The craft itself is a living being. The craft itself is tied in with them because their living being is, like Farscape way, the Farscape type of thing. The living being is tied to them. So why they want to be here, they apparently they've traveled for a very long time to come here. Now that part to me is very odd. I mean, why would they choose that mode of travel of being of a very long period of time through coming through? So there's got to be a reason why they even want to come through in a craft at high speed that's taking a really long time with beings that are been around for millennia who are coming through. I mean, why do it that way? They're not using a portal. They're not using a vortex. They're not using a wormhole. They're not doing any of that. They're just coming straight through from another system. So why do that? And there's no indication at all that they're higher dimensional. None. Just that they don't communicate the way that we would, which surprise. So communicating through mathematical symbols to me is expected. So they're protecting themselves in some way for some reason, and probably because of the defenses that they've detected long in advance that are on this planet. But what do they want beside doing surveillance? What do they want? Do they want anything else? I mean, they might very well leave without a whimper, without any further contact of any kind. If all they're doing is surveillance, if that's the only thing they're doing, what do they want?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I don't, it's like, I feel that there should be contact and communication. If it is a real ship by now, there should be something. And when you're talking about they're not traveling, I think there's a few of us are saying they're not traveling through space and time perception as what we would perceive as what's out there. I have seen ships through different, because I've seen them shooting back at each other. They've shown me these what I personally call as a wormhole. I'm not sure of what your breakdown of a wormhole is, but when I see them in there, it's like, okay, they're up there in my space, but they're not actually in my space as per se. They are in a wormhole and they're firing back at each other. And so that's not going to affect me, even though I can see it. And I kind of feel like this whatever it is, should it be a real ship, if I don't believe that it is at this point, it would be traveling because of the speed that it's traveling at, we would be seeing a hell of a lot more information, breakdown of particle matter, and the technology that the NASA, never a straight answer, has apparently got, and all the satellites out there telling us that because of the color they can work out the chemical compounds and that, but they can't even investigate what's in their own bloody ocean. It doesn't compute. It does not sit right for me on that aspect. And if I'm a being if I go to another town, I want to have a look around. I want to interact with the public. I want to go to their feed sources. When you're out in the wild, the first thing you do is you look for a clean water source, and then you look for what is your predator-prey reality in that location. I'm not seeing any forms of any kind of communication coming from this. So to me, it's still just a form of distraction. I've heard so many people communicating, they're getting contact from these beings and that beings and stuff from there. I do feel that my impressions that I'm getting is there is a form of distraction, a form of manipulation. Everybody is being drawn into, it's a focus point. It is a focus point for your energy. When they took out the whole God, the religion has changed aspect, and the AI is slowly creeping in and creeping in and creeping. I feel that, we've heard the speeches where they turn around and say, what will unite man? An outside encounter, outside forces coming in, outside threat will come in, and that will, solidify everybody. We'll all want to be, fighting for our safety, our survival as humans on this planet. But why do we need it now when there are so many wars going on, taking off? We've got civil unrest happening. We've got silent warfares. We've got toxicity left, right, and center. It doesn't sit right for me. It doesn't, I see a lot of orbs and stuff, and the interaction with the multi-dimensional orbs is still the same as it was a few years ago. The uptake it's still the same. The activity outside, 3D activity outside at night has increased. It's like the single guard has now up to a double guard. So they're working in teams now. There's two of them. Every time I look out there, I'll see two ships instead of the one ship. So I'm still out on the fence with this, but I love what you're saying, because it's better to work with 100 different theories of what it could possibly be, and be aware that it could be any one of them. But if we have the information from everybody, we can go, okay, well, oh yeah, I remember Jeff saying that. I can relate to that now, because that is what I've just seen. So yeah, so I do appreciate you sharing that. Now, as a new,
do you believe that it's an illusion that our optics are being manipulated?
I do. At this point, I will say it point blank, yes, but I'm also leaving that 1% open for something to show itself. All right, because we just look at all the evidence of what's happened in the past with different beings coming in and eating humans and all this other stuff. All of that is there. It's on the table. But at this point, I mean, if it is a ship and it is loaded with 500, 5,000, 5 million, whatever the number was, of these beings, and they're coming in, they're not going to come and warn us what they're coming here for. They're just going to come and do it. And we need to be aware that should it be that sort of ship, that we may be in danger. But I'm not putting no fear factor bullshit out there. I'm just saying we need to have an open mind, but not so open our brains fall out. Be aware that there's many forms of manipulation and we're going to live through every single day. Why should this be any different? I would love it to be another species coming in and saying, hey, brother, we can teach you this. But going from experience, we're still battling with back-engineered craft So it says, you know, and we don't know what these things are that are flying around out there and stuff. We got to stay logical. You know, if you get a voice or you get a channel, you get information, that's one thing, as long as it leads to some honesty at the end of it. But if if people are going to come on and say, oh, look, I'm channeling this and I'm channeling that, it may be real for you, but I would like to see your factual evidence of something that you tell me that these beings have said or showed you that is actually going to come to fruition. That's where I'm at, yeah, anyway. But every point of view is valid somewhere along the line. Every fairy tale has an ounce of truth to it, otherwise it wouldn't have been written. So just saying that, Jeff, Maya, welcome to the panel. Jump in anytime you want to. We just doing whatever.
Okay.
You know how I am.
The only thing that I thought maybe is just something simple like a representation for people who don't look outward and onward to see something and ask more questions. But that's a pretty innocent and simple way to look at it. So, yeah.
So if somebody new was coming on and they said to you, oh, we don't know anything about this atlas, what would you say to them with what you know?
I would just tell them to go inside and talk to their inner guidance, first of all, and then perhaps maybe go outside and look for something that's more in their general area and try to connect with that and see how that feels. Maybe it's not anything at all. Maybe a representation or I don't know what you call it, just a picture in the sky. What is that? A holographic image,
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that. I don't think it's anything with 50 million or 50,000 evil. I don't think they would tell us months ahead. I think they would just come and demolish us, and it would have happened a long time ago. But that's just my theory. I could be wrong.
And that might even be a means of fostering some of the Loosh collection as well. So when you're fostering the fear in advance, that could be something that could facilitate, the collection of that particular energy. And that's kind of the same type of thing too, that determining that it was a craft. I think a lot of the things that we're seeing that are projected onto the projected onto the internet and other things that people are viewing is that it is a manipulated image. It's not something that's in reality. Stone and I have done readings on it and talked about it extensively, that this is something that is not real. This is something, and all of the images, especially, I dipped my toes in the pool of AI imaging, and I took 2 photographs and I set them side by side and I did a screenshot. And I told the AI to do something very simple with that image. And it was profound. I mean, it brought tears to my eyes what that image did. And I've been thinking about that over the last couple of days, that when I created this, it's like, how can something that it was 2 static images, although that was something very heartfelt within those 2 images, that I could bring those 2 images together. And next thing that you know, that I am, even with the other individual that was in that, they were very moved by what I had produced with this image. So how much more so that we could have somebody or something that was much more skilled at manipulating an image, creating an image or images of this thing that we're calling this Atlas thing. And all these stories are swirling around it, creating all of this dialogue and energy. Again, collection of Loosh.
Yeah.
What is the purpose of it? Is there one purpose? Are there multiple purposes of it? And I think the conversations that Stone and I have had on it is that this is a definite manipulation of our consciousness. It's something that is drawing us away into a direction that may or may not be good.
Yeah.
Moral judgment. But again, it's our discernment, it's our experience, and it's something that we need to make the decision on. And, you know, I don't know about anybody else, but if somebody's telling me to look up over here, I'm going to be going like this.
Kind of like with COVID.
I'm not going to be looking where you're telling me. And that's, you know, the more pressure you up, you tell me to do something, you start needling me with it, and it's like, nah, I'm going this way. You're telling me to go that way, I'm going that way. And people get ticked. Maybe that's why I don't have any friends. I don't know. I can't say I don't have friends.
You're not alone there.
You get the gist of it. The idea is that you irritate people because you want to really see what is going on. I'm going to test you, and that might piss you off. If it pisses you off, you might piss me off. If I'm pissed off, then that means, okay, what do I have to figure out that you're trying to do?
Yeah.
What is it that you're doing that Stone, this is why we were so into psychology, because we want to figure this stuff out. We want to figure out why it is that people are trying to manipulate us.
Yeah.
And it really boils down to the simple, basic fact that we are divine, and it's to distract us from our divinity. Period. No other answer, no other question. It's to distract us from who and what we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the end of the story. So,
You know,
whatever, Atlas, AI, 3AI, whoopie-doo, die, doesn't matter.
Talk to you.
You know, what you said there lends to something else. If what's being projected to us is it could hello there. It could very easily be a projection, very easily be holographic, very easily could be. Now that could very easily be within a wormhole that's moving through. Very easily could be. So if that is the case, one thing that I would completely rule out, that I mentioned earlier, is I would rule out any hostile intent. If they wanted to do something to us, we wouldn't be here now.
Yeah.
So they could have done it long before this. So I don't see any reason to subscribe any hostile intent. I don't see any reason to. The question to me is, let's say, because it easily could be that we're having an illusion that's being downloaded to us in a way that is a holographic and through wormhole. It easily could be that going on. That would go with the available evidence that that's what's going on. So if it is a hologram, and if it is holographic, and if it is not an actual object, then that would, number one, suggest that it did come through a vortex, that easily could be the case. I'm not feeling whether it is or isn't. I'm just going with what you described. That will come to me later. I'm sure it will. I could easily send you a note later of what comes to me on this, but so far I'm just sorting through the information. So if that is involved, a holographic projection through a wormhole that's creating manipulation of our optic nerve so that we see something that's not actually there, if all of that is happening, there would still be the question at that point of what is their purpose in doing so. If there's no actual communication from any actual being, then there would still be the question of what is the purpose of the manipulation? Why is it being done? And right now that's an open question to me. I don't even know if the answer is already unfolded or not. But that would be the question. Why is it being done?
Yeah.
Manipulation, control.
But for what purpose, though?
Of your consciousness, of your awareness, to distract you from your divinity, to distract you from the fact that you have control over your safety. There's some really basic stuff that I think that we're being distracted from that is very, very pervasive. And no matter whether it's this thing that they perceive that is behind the sun, to political agendas, and I don't care what country you're in. I'm in contact with a lot of people across this thing we call Earth, that it definitely has a distraction and pull away from who and what we are, Jeff. This is really important for us to lay hold of the fact that we need to realize the divinity that we have within us and the pull within the source that we have within us. We should not fear anything. We should not fear the victim. We should not feel like we are anything other than source itself. And that I feel like my feet are like really pulling into this thing that we call Earth.
Yeah.
We are everything. Yeah, we're everything, and we have access to everything. So if there's any kind of fear or concern that people have, and if you feel that, know that you have all the answers within yourself, whether it's you look at your DNA or however you're going to envision it. You have the control that you need to make yourself safe, secure, and loved. Sorry, Stone. There's that four. Okay, I made a 5-letter word for you this time, babe. I can't stay too serious for too long. But that's ultimately what it is. It's being in that space that we know who and what we are. Period.
Okay.
There's nothing else outside of that.
Or if what you're describing they've already accomplished, there wouldn't be anything to do because they've already accomplished that.
No, well, I sort of a little bit disagree there with you there, Jeff, because when it comes to manipulation, they're going to keep doing it, regardless of how far ahead we can get, whatever we can examine and grow, whatever growth we have, theys want to be able to control us because they can't fully have complete access to us, our thoughts, our process. It might sound really horrible to people, but I kind of see the human existence as we've been seeded here. We've grown here in this petri dish we call Earth, our Garden of Eden. We had everything offered to us. If you look at our biochemistry, our mechanics and everything, we are connected to all sorts of plants, all sorts of animals, whether it through be ancestrals eating one kind of vegetable, fruit, animal, whatever it was, to us. People who don't eat meat can still have connections to DNA because it's through their genetics, it's through the lineage of it. It's the same as we hold a frequency pattern from where we're birthed in. Like when you're born in a certain location, you're going to have that frequency. You're going to have accents that come through because of that frequency there. You're going to have tolerations to certain, environmental issues in that environment. You go to another location, you could be hit real hard because your body is not in that frequency, in that vibration. And this is what happens. A lot of people will go from A to B and they won't have that time to adjust physically. They won't have that time for the frequencies to go, whew, breathe out, put your feet in water, feel the flow, feel the current of that location. If you look at all the bombardment that we have with the different types of frequencies, they are used to manipulate us because we are multidimensional. We go out of our bodies every day, all of us, one way or another, and we're interacting on all these different dimensions. And the powers that be, if you want to call them that, whatever you want to label them as, want control so that they can access these points that they can't normally access. They've been shut out, but they can access through our innocence, our non-understanding of what we're truly capable of, who we are complete. When I was growing up, and my family members, if you want to call them that too, said, don't talk about that. Don't share those stories. Don't tell us about your premonitions or your dreams because it's not normal. But they came true. They happened. It was a constant thing, but don't talk about it because you go to church and you're raised in a religion, you're demonized because you have these abilities. But then if you go on the other aspect, you're criticized because, oh, you're having an angelic experience. To me, it's not about one side or the other. It's the intent behind it. It's the emotional provocation, whether it's good, bad, ugly, or whatever it may be. If you're producing a reaction, that is what they're looking for. They can only get access through certain chemical responses, reactions to us. So if you want to go into your fifth dimension, your seventh dimension, wherever it is, you have to be aligned. You have to be in a certain persona of that energy. And when you're there, these guys out there, it's like a beacon. It comes on. We got one over here, mate. We got one that can see. Quick, get in there, shut it down. There'll be some form of distraction that goes on. Your power will go out. Technology will get interfered with. Right now, we have the ability to sit here and communicate with everybody like this. But without this, if we could get back into the same clear intent, we could all be telepathic. We might not be able to see the same frame like this until we can go, okay, we design a clear intent room and we all meet there at this time. Right now, we've got this. All right, so this allows us to do that. As soon as everybody is on their digital ID, I can bet you, I can guarantee it, I can predict it, they'll switch the power off. But it'll only be temporary because they don't want to lose complete control. But they want to use that to control you even more. Okay, it's the candy house. It's the Hansel and Gretel come to the candy house. Here, I'll offer you this. And it's what I call the divine thief. She'll come in and she'll give you love bombs and bullshit. And you see straight through it. And you turn around and say, well, that's not going to be good for me. That's not going to be good for me. Why do you want me to go in that direction? What am I not looking at over here? And now when you look at it, if I don't know how many of you lot are out there looking at it, I expect you all to be. There are earthquakes, there are landslides, there are mass destructions. We've got volcanoes going off that haven't gone off for 1,200 bloody years. They're going off. You got thousands of people getting washed away and going missing and displacement and all of that. But wait on. No. Don't look there. Look at that. What's that over there? What's that in the sky? You know, I'm very cautious because, and I have to say, whether I'd like to admit it or not, I have to thank my upbringing and all the nasty darkness because without it, I might not be here as alert that I am. And who knows, tomorrow I might discover it's all a bloody illusion anyway. You know, I might actually be hooked up to an invisible pod. And these are the dreams we're being given, you know, Matrix. But whatever it turns out to be, I want to be open-minded, but not so open it falls out. You know, I'm happy to have the one brain cell so I can keep track of it.
Stone?
Yes.
I get what you're saying. My one question, why does it need that object to do any of this?
Because that's what they do, all right? They will come out, they will advertise saying, this is for your good. This is for your well-being. Trust in us, all right? We'll give it to you because this is what, you know, when you get half a dozen people concentrating in one direction, that's energy. Energy's going there. It's going to boost everybody around you. When you take that energy away, it's going to fade to nothing. But if you have millions of people focused in one direction, and that could turn into something. It could land, and suddenly people go missing. Oh, it's because of who's landed, but you won't know that. You won't. It's it could be the government uplifting them. This is all a huge. I see it as a huge manufactured distraction, and I understand that you're saying, why would somebody do that? My
No, why
whole
would they? No, I understand why they would do it. I know they already have been doing it, but what do they need the object for? What's this purpose?
power, control, direction. They want everybody to be in such a fear state that we need a savior. Who's our savior gonna be? AI God? Blue Beam Project? Fake Project Oblivion? What is it? Another cop-out? Another excuse? Another cover-up by somebody trying to get power over somebody else? I can't tolerate it. I'm over it.
So,
Right.
so
And
the
everything definitely leads back to something that, for lack of a better term, preaching, have been talking about for over almost 2 years now, is discernment.
Yeah.
If we don't sit back on our heels and realize that we have the ability to discern, and discernment is really kind of an internal manipulation, if you will, because we have to realize that sometimes there are things that we need to face that are not comfortable, especially if we've been walking through a certain path that have led us to a certain point that we need to make an uncomfortable decision. Boy, is this wisdom in my own calling that I've experienced. But then again, I'm trying to, not really neuter. Maybe I am kind of trying to neuter it, but you know what I mean. You want to put it in a perspective that everybody can relate to it. And when you get too personal with things, that it can kind of lose its validity, maybe. And there are other experiences that maybe we've been pressed into that can kind of cause a manipulation and cause some guarding within ourselves that we can halt.
Yeah.
And we talk about the veil. We can put up our own veil because we don't want to deal with that dookie right now. We want to deal with our own comfort, and comfort has a lot to do with what we're here right now. Let's face it, it's very freaking cold outside here. It's well below freezing, and I want a warm house. I don't want to have to go outside in the cold and sleep. I want to be in my house, and I want to be warm, and I want to be comfortable. So a lot of times we don't want to have to deal with the cold, hard facts that we need to change our perspective on what we've been looking at and what we've been dealing with. I don't know, maybe that's too general, but I kind of feel like that's kind of the litmus test of where we're at right now. We need to kind of look at what we're being pressed with, regardless of whether it's Atlas or political or psychological. I don't care what story you put on it. This is something that needs to be put to a test within ourselves, and we're going to have to be honest. It's going to be uncomfortable. Drop the mask, y'all, and self included. We got to do that.
I agree with you. I mean, Jeff, for instance, manipulation, the point of manipulation, the weather warfare. I mean, you're aware of this as much as everybody else. I mean, you just have to look. We've got the chemtrails, we've got the seeding, weather seeding, and everything else goes along with it. When you look at climate change and how it has all changed and everything, this is due to manipulation. I can remember going out there, the sky was a different kind of blue, the birds sang a different song, the seasons were actually seasonal. Now it's like there's only 2 seasons, hot and cold, and that's pretty much it. And when you look out there, you know, we can ask ourselves why. You just have to look at radar formats and stuff to see that there is a lot of HARP going on. There are a lot of devices being used to, you know, create weather to cover up the sky so you can't see beyond those clouds. What else is actually going on out there that they don't want us to see? There is so much that's happening. I mean, I'm sitting here yesterday, I think it was yesterday, could have been the day before, and all of a sudden these two military choppers just flew straight past me. I could hear them coming, but I was busy on a job. And I jumped up, grabbed the camera. By the time I got out there, I couldn't even get a snapshot. They'd gone. And when I went straight to the New Zealand Air Force, and it said that they send out drills as one unit. So you'll only see one helicopter flying along on this radar map, when in actual fact there can be 10. And the only reason I went back to it was because somebody who was in Hamilton and then in Auckland put up a post stating, anybody know what's going on? We've got some black choppers flying around. And there was no notice or anything put out there to the public. And this is happening in New Zealand. So we only had 2 of them, but it is happening. And it's happening in places that you cannot see. Now, why is that? Why is it that we can't see? Now, this is why we do these groups and things, so that we can get people from all around the world to tell us the truth. You know, I'm in the middle of bloody nowhere, and the things that I see going on in the sky and in the neighborhood is you wouldn't hear about normally. If it's happening to me here, it's happening to you and everybody else out there. It's just how we see it when we see it. And I am a true, you know, I strongly believe that we're put into the positions that we're in for a reason. It's what you do with the information when you get it, when it registers with us. Not everybody's on different wavelengths. We're not all going to have the same theories. And that's the beauty about it, is the fact that we can all have different visions and insights and opinions, and to be able to put it out there so that what you've told me today, I can go and explore. I can go and have a look. And it's like, I know that not all of us are brought up the same way, and a lot of people are guarded from the actual underbelly that does go on out there. And it's horrendous, because the more it gets swept under the carpet or closed behind, put behind a closed door, the more it is allowed to go on. And we have to stand up for ourselves. And kudos to everybody out there this week who's had the balls to stand up and say, enough is enough. Thank you, aroha. And it's like, we have to do this because there is so much more to us that's going on out there. Anyway, that's my rant. So we're hitting hour 4, guys. I mean, this is amazing. I don't know how I'm going to upload this to Rumble. 4 hours.
Oh my God.
But I would love to hear a bit more from you, Maya. You've come on and we
Sorry, there are lots of distractions over here, so I had to turn the camera off to kind of maybe shoo it away a little bit. But I actually just took pictures of the stripes in the sky, and there was an X right over the area where I usually see most of the orbs, and the left side of the sky was clear. And I'm like, this feels a little, I mean, I don't want to feel like I'm the most important person, but if I'm seeing it, more people are. And that black helicopters fly over my house too, for no reason. It's not like there's an Air Force base close to my house, and every time they do, I take a video of them because I feel like I need to document what's going on. And they fly so low that inside the house it reverberates. You can feel the helicopter. So yeah, that part I really hate. And it's only enough fake clouds in the sky to be able to not see anything, especially when the moon is bright. So it feels very, very deliberate. What else was I going to say about that? Yeah, it's just, I feel, the 3-eye atlas thing. I was going to mention the secrets with the images and NASA. That does feel weird to me. Like, why is it they can't give us actual images? Like, and it's definitely distractions. No matter what it is, it's still a distraction outside of ourselves. And I won't believe anything is true, like for real, even my own theories, until I see something with my eyes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, that's the same. So when did you think?
There is one thing about the name that everybody's referring to. I haven't commented on that at all, and I just, because it's being referred to so much, I just wanted to make one mention of it. They literally, when you refer to 3-eye atlas, they literally don't have any idea what it is, because the name is referring to how they saw it. It's not referring to the object, it's referring to how they saw it. So they literally have no idea what to call it beyond their own instruments that they use. That's all they refer to it by the name of their instruments. So they have no idea what to even call it or what it is. So to me, I rarely refer to it by its name, because its name is literally made up.
Yeah.
So I don't refer to it by that made up name. I just refer to it as the object, because they just slapped words on it to give it a name so that somebody has something to call it. That name has no meaning whatsoever, except for the fact that it tells you what instruments were used to record it. That's the only thing that name tells you. So given that they're using that reference point, having no idea what to call it otherwise, and given that everybody is offering their best guess as to what it actually is, all of that suggests to me that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
It literally suggests that to me, that there's nothing there, that there isn't any actual object, because if there was, why would no one be able to give it a more accurate descriptive name? Nobody is. So that suggests that there's nothing there to actually describe. So the question would be, if it is a hologram, why is it there?
Yeah.
Aside from, is it only a distraction, or is there any other reason why it's there?
I think that's the whole point. That is the reason it's there. It's a distraction. I would like to believe that eventually it will show itself and beings will come out and we'll have an interaction. But we've got records where where that's happened. But if you look at those records, for me, with what I've investigated, it comes back to right before a reset. All of this stuff happens. We see the orbs, we see the ships, we have the interaction, we have the earth, disturbances, the shift in the plates, everything, the pole shift, and then boom, we're cleansed, the planet's cleansed by whatever means, and then the few groups that are left are then transported to a location, new cultures started, and then that's the whole start over the process again. You are now this culture. Don't matter if you're from a different country and you've come to this country and it's all ended, this is your culture. And other species are introduced, other cultures are introduced. And it was like, okay, I don't remember that, but you don't need to, because it's not about you, it's about what is coming after you. If you go through history, you'll see that a lot of the people who carry the history, the knowledge keepers, they're wiped out. You look at the Tibetans, you look at the different cultures of shamans and healing and medicine people. They're the ones that are targeted. Here in New Zealand, you can't even practice your own religion. You can't be a tohunga, because it's going against the nature of religion. But yet we're allowed to have all these other cultures come in and bombard us with their bloody religion. So to me, that's like every culture, every religion, and every group, tribe has their own set of important information, and we've all been split up. If we all came back together with all our bases of information and put it together and actually made it work, we would get something really phenomenal would come out of it. The truth would be known about our abilities and where we came from, how we were developed, because, there's the whole creation factor. We were created. That brings in the whole story and the whole argument to do with genetics. So when you ask me, why are they doing that? Why did they create us in the first place, Jeff? I see it as we're data banks. We hold so much information. We gather all of this information. Every breath we take, we're taking in information. And that information has to go somewhere. They want it. They want the power behind that. And so if they can split us up into lots and lots of us, populate the planet, and then scoop us all up, take that information, wipe us out, then they can start again and they've got that information. We have to start from scratch, We have to go back to the old carvings.
Yeah, and what you were describing exactly made me kind of giggle a little bit, but not necessarily in a good way, is that's exactly what has happened in the United States. So my family came over from Europe, whether it was from the 1400s or what they're telling us is the 1400s, or it was from the early or late, what was it, like 1800s. The thing is that these people were being shifted. It was like a geographical shift. And it's just exactly what you described. It's what they were told to do, where they were told to go, why they were told to go there. And it was all manipulation. And it was by the greater powers, so-called, that be. There are family inklings of royalty, of which land ownership is like huge. I mean, you really have a foundational understanding of that. We don't in the United States, but I get it because I feel what has gone on with the Maori tribes is that we don't own the land. We have this stewardship that we have with the land. And that's ultimately what this corporation of these governments have proposed, that we are able to lease the land from them. They are taxing us. They are in every way, shape, and form. To own land, you can have a deed that's paid for, but you still have your taxes. Even if you're out in the middle of frickin' nowhere and don't have any water and sewer, you got your own well, you got your own septic field. Doesn't matter. They're still going to tax you for that property because they feel entitled based on who and what they think that they are. And that's not what this is about. This is about control. Maybe it is what it's about, but it is about that control aspect of who and what we are, and our divine origins go far beyond all of this.
Yeah.
And that we are the origin. We're the foundation. Put your feet on the floor. Take your socks off, put your feet on that floor, and realize what you're connected to is more than what this physical orientation is that you're presenting with today. It's bigger than that. And this is what they want to control. That's what we are fighting against, and not really, we're not really fighting against it. It's because, we can give the middle finger to them because we know who we are. We know what we are, and we have control over all of this. You don't like where you're at, change it. You don't like the script, your story that you have, change it. It's up to you. Don't give a rat's hiney hole about where you think you're at. Fix where you're at. Take control over it. Grab it by the cojones and make it happen. Doesn't happen overnight. I don't know. Maybe that's kind of like a digression or whatnot, but That's ultimately what you're talking about. Is everything leads back to our discernment of who and what we are. And you can talk about what people are trying to manipulate us into thinking of what's in the ether.
Yeah.
We don't even know what the ether is. People are talking about, I heard a guy talk quite a while ago about looking, he was wanting to understand what the stars were, what the planets were. And he got a telescope and he looked up in there and he got a star map out and he goes, what the heck? This doesn't match up. This isn't making any sense. So he called a buddy of his and several of them and said, hey, this is what I'm seeing and this is what the map says. What's going on? And the guy's going, what are you talking about? He goes, well, what do you see in your telescope? He goes, we don't use a telescope. I have this master's degree. Who are you to tell me what to do? And the guy's going, what? No, this is what I see in my telescope. Your map says something totally different.
Yeah.
So I will tell you this. Whatever you see in the sky as what they're telling you is Saturn is not what they show you on a map. So this is a part of the manipulation, the programming, getting outside of that. This man's friend or friends, we thought, were manipulated into succumbing to the programming. And this guy decided to break the programming and do his own research, figure that one out, right? And he looked into the sky and saw things that were completely different. I've seen the Pentagon in what people are calling Saturn, in the images, moving pictures. It's Saturn. I can see the petals of the sacred geometry around this thing they're calling Saturn. Saturn is not evil. Saturn has its energetic influence on who and what we are while we're in this particular realm. So we don't have to, but it's probably pretty advisable that we're able to go through this whole program and deconstruct what we've been told is what is a reality. And it has to come down to something that's very base and very basic. So looking up into the sky and seeing something that oh, that's such and such, because I've been told that. Oh, you're just looking at Saturn. But that's not what I see. I have images of it. I've posted it on YouTube. Do you think people want to take that for something that's credible? No, because I'm not anybody who is of notoriety. And that's why we need to seek out people who are not of notoriety, people who don't have this higher and broader acceptance from society. Those are the people who have succumbed to the programming. This is why people hear that there are certain individuals who, they're with the CIA. Oh, they're influenced by the FBI. Oh, they're with this 3-letter agency. So this is why we need to be very careful. This is why I personally will cotton back to Stone, because she's not part of that. This is why I will gravitate towards people like Jeff, because he's not part of that system. And many other people who are on the undercurrent, who are the ones who are the real power. How many people have you talked about? Talked about rivers and the eddies, and you can see the river looks very calm and the flowing. You get in that current, we're the ones that are in the undercurrent that have the power to manipulate, to foster what really is important. We're the ones with the power. People are waking up to that fact.
Yeah. Yeah. We are community. We are, that was awesome. We are community. We're going to come back and we're going to share wellness. What, Maya?
We are here now. It's not in the future. It's now. It's now.
Yeah. We have to step into our power now and share with each other what we do for survival, the foods, the wellness. We got to take care of ourselves, because I'm seeing a lot of people our ages, guys, that are just dropping off like flies. We've got a lot of psychological things going on, like there's a lot of murder suicides going on, and that shows me desperation. That shows me the point of no return. Okay, they can't find another avenue out, and sometimes, working in this field as an advocate, it's like you can't help everybody. Some of them just don't want to be helped any longer because it's just too hard to survive. I don't know what your rents are and your mortgages and stuff and payments, but over here we've got rents and mortgages here in New Zealand that are going into the thousands just for a 2 to 3 bedroom home that doesn't even have a backyard or even a bloody garage. This is highway robbery. All right? This is
Absolutely.
not community. Sorry, go on, Maya. You want to jump in?
Oh, I wanted to mention something about the controls and them attacking people who were like shamans. It's like the witch hunt, the witch trials. Anyone who is in their personal sovereignty and knows their power and uses the elements or natural things, it seems like they're the ones that are always being attacked, right? Those people who, and my mom is actually trying to get back into Catholicism after there's a whole theory I have about what's happening there, but they told her that she needs to get rid of her Buddha and her tarot cards if she wants to join in their services. And I'm like tearing my hair out. Like everything that helps you to realize your own power, they don't want you to have at all. And it's just frightening. And I forgot what else I was going to mention, but I don't know. I guess it's not that important. So. But that's one that caught me because it just happened to me. And I'm like, Mom, first it was the politics that she was like so roped in. Then she had a stroke. She had this coming to God and needed to find God. Now she's looking to her religion she signed off completely on. But anyways, so I don't know. There's something to that programming.
Yeah,
It just
that's kind of a comfort thing. When you're really uncomfortable, you're going to go to something that's going to give you some sort of comfort level, and that's okay. It sounds like she's kind of in a survival mode right now, and that's okay. That's okay. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's something like a forever thing, but like I said, it's kind of a survival thing.
Yeah, I could see that because she did brush with death, so she wants to know God now. I just don't want her to change what personal sovereignty she has, which is not as much as some of us.
It might not be a forever thing. It might be a kind of a comfort thing. Some of us have comfort food. Maybe she's got comfort religion. I don't know. It's whatever is going to make her feel,
good
to be able to survive whatever she's got going on. God bless her.
Yeah. Well, geez, I don't know what to say. We could keep going, but we've been doing 4 hours, people. So I might wrap it up here if everybody's good with that, and then we'll see where we're at tomorrow. Tomorrow is my Monday, I believe, and your guys' Sunday. So we'll see how we're doing, because some of us have to go to work. But I definitely will be opening up this round table again for anybody who wants to come in. Past guests and new guests are always welcome. Any topics that you have that you want to come in and just, this is what it's about. It's about nutting the topics down, breaking them open and putting them back together so that we've all got something that we can use, something that we can move towards. For me personally, it's about always bettering myself, because everybody I interact with, you guys, everybody, even if I never get to meet you in person, we're all reflections of each other, even the ugly ones out there. And when I say ugly, I'm not talking about the physical. I'm talking about the personality. They by their presence alone show us what we don't choose to be, we don't choose to see. And by saying it and saying, hey, no, this is not correct behavior, this is not working for me, you are hurting and manipulating others, that's when we grow. That's what they want to undertake. We don't have to undertake it anymore, but we also don't have to interact with it either. So stand in your sovereignty. Be authentically true to yourself, because you can't bullshit yourself. It knows the truth and it will pick on you until you're honest. So much appreciation to each and everybody who has turned up today to support this podcast. Thank you again. This is what community is. If you have a link, I'll give it another 5 minutes. If you have a link or something, or you've got something coming up in the future, post it in the chat right now. Or panel, if you've got anything coming up in the future, talk about it now, post it now. I personally have quite a few lineup coming up. We've got Ben the Porter, he's coming up. We haven't set a date yet. I've got Paul from the Outer Channel, he's coming on. I know I've got a beautiful one coming up with Don, and I also have one coming up with Veronica. So we've got quite a few things going on in the next month or two. So post it up there. Let's support each other and just keep the truth. Keep it truthful. Keep it online. And remember, we can agree to disagree. It is about being able to find the commonalities and move forward from there. So once again, much appreciation from me. And now I'll open it up to the floor for you guys. We'll go with Jeff, Auric, and then Maya. I'm sorry, Maya, that you didn't get much of a tongue wagging this time, but we will. I'm sure we will again.
No problem. I'm just happy to be here.
So, Jeff, last words. Final last words.
Well, I don't have anything to promote, which is what you brought up. One thing that you were saying just a little bit earlier that for me goes back to 5 years ago when I first started getting online. It was like the same year that I met you, that I met Lorelei, et cetera, that it goes back to the original question that was being asked when Lorelei was being interviewed when I first met her, that I see virtually everybody as being in their own process, as that they're ready. They're not going to be ready for what I think they should be ready for. They're ready for what they're ready for. They're able to take in what they're ready to take in. Is this always the question that's always being circulated? Is everybody ready to go? And as far as I can tell, most people are not ready to hear the question, let alone ready to do it.
Yeah.
So, for me, it's a matter of just being there as Auric does every day for whatever it is that person is in need of and ready to be supported in and ready to hear and ready to be with. To me, it's about that with virtually everyone. So here and there, we encounter somebody who's ready for more, but that doesn't happen very much. Usually there's a complementary thing with most people we know of everything they're going through that interferes and what they're able to take in about the reality. Usually there's the two complement each other. So all in all, who's ready to go? Not many. But who's ready to me, the more interesting question is, how are they ready to grow and what they're ready to grow into? That's to me the more interesting question. What are they ready to become? What are they ready to recognize about themselves? Who are they ready to be? To me, that's just a more interesting question. Yep. So when it comes to that, everybody's got their own process, their own pace, their own speed, their own capacity. So I don't really engage very much in, okay, who's ready? I really don't engage that much. It's always, okay, pay attention to the person's process, to who's coming forward, to who's not ready to come forward, to who's in the middle of such and such, to who's ready to do more. Just whatever that person's process is, that's what matters. So that's what I be with, and I offer that as closing thoughts for whoever's listening.
Very awesome. Very awesome. Absolutely. Much appreciation for you coming on, Jeff, and I look forward to seeing you on the next panel and in the next group. Just so for those that aren't aware, we hold a group once a week. It's called Hearthfire Hangout, and you can come in there and you can just have conversations like this. It's a closed room, so it's, send me a PM, private message, and we'll take it from there. So thank you for that.
Whatever you want me to piggyback on what you're doing, just say the word.
You're all good. You're all good. Yeah, absolutely. So Auric, final words, and then Maya, and then we're shutting down.
I don't know about shutting down, but I don't think I ever shut down. This is like a 24/7 gig for us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just never ending, but I don't know what it is that would be relevant for all of us, is that it's our unique journey, and if you need support in any way, shape, or form, there are resources available to each and every one of us. You just need to reach out to whoever you're most comfortable with. One of the things I didn't get the chance to share with you, Stone, is that I am a Reiki practitioner now. And that's happened in the last couple of weeks. We just kind of like I was saying, it just kind of happened. Thank you very much. It's something that, it's kind of interesting because it's things you've always done, that you get official recognition and acknowledgement for. And it can be kind of weird because it's intimidating, and it shouldn't be. And I keep telling myself, why is this so intimidating? Why do I feel like I'm intimidated by this individual who has this title on them? No, this is something that we all have access to, that we don't need to go through a particular class, but we're already classy. We already have the abilities within us, and it's just an acknowledgement and an awareness of the process that needs to take place for us to harness the energies that we all have outside of us and within us. So having said that, dude, my statement is that we know we're all going to see on the flip side.
True that.
Or if you find at any time that it would be useful or helpful to you to do any refinement of your skills. I've been a Reiki master a pretty long time, and I've, from time to time, we have a Wednesday night group where I've had people come to me every now and then.
Dude, I've already typed up a message to you in Facebook, and it's like, I'm gonna fire this god freaking dang button when we're done with this gig. So I'll fire this off to you, dude.
Okay. Cool.
I must have had some sort of a weird premonition, yo. So we'll take care of it. I appreciate your support. We'll make it happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. And Maya, famous last words for today.
I encourage people to go outside and connect with nature. If you focus enough of your attention, you can actually see and feel Gaia breathe. Also, look up at the sky, see what actually is communicating with you. Something you thought was a star will start moving and is not a star, or start flashing at you like it's trying to say something to you. As outrageous as it may sound, I'm finding out that the outrageous is actually the more humbling and grounding answer. I had an experience I'll have to tell you about later, Stone, where I saw huge light anomalies on a mountain a couple miles away from my house. But had I not known what I know now, I would have thought it was like a car at the very top of the mountain. But now I have a better insight.
Well,
And
before we run away, would you like to share it? Are you open to sharing it before we run off?
So I don't know if the only thing I could equate it to would be there's this mountain called the Brown Mountain, and it's called the Mysterious Lights on Brown Mountain. And it's like someplace in North Carolina where they see these light anomalies, and they have been for like 100 years. It's nothing new, but they have footage of these anomalies that match up to the footage I got last night. So, no idea what it is. It's not like the normal orbs. It's huge. It's giant. And it's moving across these mountaintops as though it were organic. So, yeah.
Do you have footage?
I do, but I'm terrible, so it's a little shaky, but I do have footage. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to share it with you and show you what I found.
We'll get it all set up so we can show it the next time we do a round table or a, or an interview, or show podcast, whatever you lady want to call it. So, absolutely.
Yeah. And with all that, also, go inside as much as possible. Meditation, I mean, it's probably the best medicine I've ever found. For me anyways, and that could just be being silent for 5 minutes too. You don't have to always travel, but anyways, that's about it.
That's awesome. Thank you very much for sharing, and yes, we'll definitely be looking into that. So yeah, I'll catch up with you after this so we can have a korero and see where we can take it from. So once again, everybody, okay, we've got another message in here. I can contact you with a UFO investigation. This is from Don to Maya, right? And we got lots of beautiful messages. So
it's easy to move on. MUFON's got tons of them.
Yeah. I'm cautious with anything to do with MUFON or agencies like that. So. Yeah.
Well, you see, you get an investigator without going to a network then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Everybody, thank you once again. And I'm going to close up now, and I shall see you again. And I look forward to all you panelists coming back on again. Thank you, everybody that came along and supported in the chat room. And I look forward to seeing when you guys come on to the panel and join us. So, aroha. Thank you all, and that's me signing out.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.